Hello. Good morning, all. Welcome, Laura. Welcome, Dr. Stalis. Welcome, Sane. Welcome, Kevin.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome, Anur.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
too.
So, Dr. Stalis, how are you doing today?
Feel great. Yeah. How about you?
I'm also good. So what's the
Yeah.
time over there?
It's 1:30 p.m.
Okay, that's all right. At least
Yeah.
it's not very early in the morning.
No, it's already in the afternoon. Yeah. Here.
Good time to join. Welcome, Reese.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Dr.
very much.
Reese. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Stalis, I would request you to please introduce yourself for fellow participants.
Okay. My name is Stalis Norma Etika. Yeah. Usually my students call me Dr. Norma, like that. I'm very pleased that today we can meet here from all different countries. Yeah, I will present speech about RUSIP. I have uploaded the file in a recording file. Have you received yet? Yeah.
Yes, we have received it. We are going through introduction section right now, and we'll start the conference after that.
Yes. Okay. I think
Thank
that's
you.
all. I have. Yeah.
Okay, so Dr. Reese, I request you to please introduce yourself.
Okay. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I am Dr. Ricardo Reyes III from Universidad de Manila College of Education. I am currently the practicum coordinator for our pre-service teachers or student teachers.
Okay. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for joining with us.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Anur, I would request you to introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. I'm from Kazakhstan. My name is Aynur Azat Bakıt. I'm a PhD student. Glad to see you.
Thank you. Welcome. Okay. Laura, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Laura Vorksikami. I'm coming from the University of Tirana, Faculty of Law. Very nice and pleased to be here you presenting in this conference.
Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
San and you, Sai and you, please introduce yourself.
Hello everyone, I'm from my major is human resource management. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. Kevin, welcome.
I'm Kevin, and I am a second-year graduate student who study at the National Changhua University of Education, and it is very great to see all of you at here. And this is my personal introduction.
Thank you for your introduction and welcome to the conference. Zhu Hassan Wong, please introduce yourself. Okay. Shai Xiang Wong, please introduce yourself. Maria, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I'm trying to get my video. Hi, everyone. My name is Maria Arsin. I'm a PhD student at Universidad Católica San Antonio de Murcia in Spain, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to join this conference.
We are happy to host you. Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Zuan Zhu Ye, please introduce yourself. Zanirke, welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is
Hello.
Zanirke. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I'm so glad to participate in this conversation. Conference. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. So
No need. No need to be nervous.
I'm a-
We are happy to host you.
Thank you. I'm a PhD student of Sarsen Amanjolfis Kazakhstan University. So I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. We are glad that you can join us. Thank you for joining. All right. Moving ahead, we'll start with the conference now. Today, we have presentations and participants from 8 countries around the world: Indonesia, Turkey, Philippines, Taiwan, Spain, India, Albania, and Kazakhstan. We are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. The links for the live sessions are shared in the chat box. Before we move forward with the conference, I would request you all to please pay attention. I would like to introduce you to Eurasia Research in a nutshell. With over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during COVID era, and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. We are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create opportunities for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. We provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Researcher Scholarship is provided in the form of full registration fee waiver. Sorry. We have vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and social sciences and humanities, and have registered ISSN and have followed renowned indexing: Google Scholar, Crosscheck, Authenticate, Crossref, the Keeper's Registry, Scribd, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH Registered Data Provider, PKP Index. We will soon be applying for Scopus too. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions and decision-making capabilities. We couldn't have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform, where they can share their research and interest. Join our Facebook group and be a part of discussions by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce our latest project, which is the Terra Fellow Program in Education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from the academic stalwarts. Thank you for your patience. The conference host for today's conference would be me. My name is Neha Negi. Before we start the conference, we have a small welcome video from our SSHRA President, Associate Professor Marek Matyun, Department of Entrepreneurship and Industrial Policy, Faculty of Management, University of Lodz, Poland.
Hello everyone, my name is Marek Matejun, originally associated with the University of Łódź, Poland. I am the president of Social Science and Humanities Research Association. On behalf of my colleagues, advisory board and our members, it is a pleasure and an honor to welcome you to our international community. Social Science and Humanities Research Association, SSHRA, is promoted by Eurasia Research and aims to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and create opportunities for networking and scientific collaboration in the field of social science and humanities. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, workshops, projects, scientific publication, academic awards, and scholarships. We create wonderful opportunities for sharing knowledge, research results, and discussion at our interdisciplinary conferences organized in Asia, Europe, and Africa, International Conference on Social Science and Humanities, as well as at the International Conference on Business, Economics, Language, Law, and Psychology. We closely cooperate with internationally recognized universities and research organizations as our institutional partners. For our members, we offer inspiring scientific events, team-building activities, strong social media platform for networking, young researcher scholarships, as well as opportunities for publications in international journals. The driving force behind our success is the diversity of members and international advisory board who provide inspiration, ideas, efforts, and drive collaborations. Scholars, researchers, professionals, academic teachers, and students are warmly invited to become a member of SSHRA and join our ever-growing network working for the benefit of research and society with the spirit of knowledge sharing, mutual respect, and growth. Following these values, we kindly invite you to join our community and collaboration with us. As a member of SSHRA, you will be a part of progressive, comprehensive research association and play an absolutely essential role in helping us to enrich our scientific activities, maintain our long-standing commitment to the development of social science and humanities, and enhance our global impact. Thank you, and welcome to SSHRA International Community. Connect, collaborate, and co-create an outstanding future with us.
Dr. Wendy.
Thank you so much, Professor Professor Marek. Moving ahead with the conference. Next, we have our eminent speaker. She is our past participant, Wei Lu, Faculty of Max, Hillcrest Christian College, Monash University from Australia. Let's see what she has to share.
Of Engineering and a Master of Education. Currently, like independent researcher, because I'm planning maybe studying my second PhD. To be honest, I think for me it's good, because online is convenient, easier. Yes. And especially for people, who cannot arrange time to travel, especially like overseas. Yes. And international conference, I think, have very good opportunity for researchers is you can read, you can know different, research from different countries, It will help you to know more about what the other researchers, what they do, what's the topics. Because some research might inspire your interest as well. And also through the meeting, you can know more people, you can build the network. I think it's convenient, and it's for me, I like it because, normally it's busy, so it's hard for me to arrange time. So I like online things. It's good for me. Yeah, definitely I encourage them. And also, because at the college, we have a lot of online learning as well. Online meeting. We have a lot of online things. I encourage people to participate as, if they have time. So yeah, it's very good opportunity to learn. Yeah, and also it's good for us to develop in our research skills. I think it's like all the procedures, organized really well. So, it's very efficient. And then, so all the presentation is good. And because of the time, everything is organized very well, very efficiently. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Wei. Thank you for sharing your views. Moving ahead. Sorry. Next, we have Ma Victoria Castillo Mangyang. She is a EDD, Tete Senior High School Guidance Designate Faculty, STEM Department, Division of Rizal from Philippines. Let's see what she has to share with us.
Maria Victoria Magayon from the Philippines. I am teaching research in senior high school, specifically STEM research. I am also the research coordinator of our school. Online, we can accommodate, no? Because the online platform, the reach of this organization is widened. So my experience both in on-site and online is I really amazed how your group organized this conference because in my part I actually organize conference, it is a culminating activity for my students. But in your part, I think it's every other day you arrange or facilitate conference. So I really amazed now how you do this arrangement or programming, how you coordinate for those researchers from other part of the country. So I think congratulations. That's why I really admire this group.
Thank you so much, Professor Mangyan. Moving ahead with the conference now. The conference schedule. Conference schedule would be like session 1, keynote talk. Session 2 would be team activity and photo session. Session 3 would be technical talk. I would request all of you to please rename your Zoom account with your full name in English language. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentation in the chat section while the presentations are going on. Please note all the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within a week on their registered mail IDs. The proceedings will include all the full papers and abstracts accepted for the conference. Moving ahead with the publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is completed. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and reviewer details to the given mail ID. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 days after the conference dates if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. Our first keynote for this day is Stalis Norma Ethica. Magister, apologies, just a second. Magister Program of Clinical Laboratory Science, Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang, Central Java from Indonesia. Her topic is RUSIP as source of prospective marine bacterial enzymes for food and health industry. Dr. Stalis Norma Ethica, Master in Science, is a lecturer and researcher with industrial experience background. She specializes in the use of bacterial cells and enzymes for their possible benefits as bioremediation, therapeutic and diagnostic agents, supported by encapsulation and genetic engineering technologies. Dr. Atika earned her bachelor's and master's degrees in chemistry from Universitas Gajah Mada, Indonesia. Her doctorate majoring in biotechnology was also obtained from the same university in 2014. In 2018, she obtained the advanced course on next generation sequencing bioinformatics at Wellcome Genome Campus, Cambridge, UK. She joined the undergraduate program of Medical Laboratory Technology of Universitas Muhammadiyah Semarang as a lecturer in 2015. From 2019 to the present, she has been serving as a full-time lecturer at the postgraduate program of Magister of Clinical Laboratory Science of the same institution. Her projects related to the development of a bioremediation agent of hospital wastewater from indigenous bacteria and the development of antithrombosis and antibiofilm agents from marine bacterial enzymes received support from the Indonesian Ministry of Research and Higher Technology. Let's move forward towards her presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here as keynote speaker at the International Conference on Research in Life Science and Healthcare, held on 12th of May 2023 at Berlin, Germany. It's sponsored by Eurasia. My presentation today is entitled "RUSIP as Source of Prospective Marine Bacterial Enzymes for Food and Health Industry." This presentation is based on my latest research conducted in the last 4 years. Let's move to the next slide. Let us start with the background. I would like to emphasize the importance of enzyme, particularly proteases in food and health industries. I've shown here in this slide the hypothetic structure of protease as a macromolecule. The roles of proteases are so many in the industry, but at least there are 4 that catch my interest. First, protease is largely used as meat tenderizer. Second, protease has been widely and commercially used as anti-thrombosis agent or drugs. In the market, for example, we can find nattokinase, staphylokinase, and streptokinase. These 3 anti-thrombosis agents are better in comparison with heparin because enzymes provides very low side effects. And then third, protease is the main hydrologic enzyme produced by indigenous bacteria in biomedical waste with potential as bioremediation agent. I conducted this research in 2018. And fourth, protease has potential to be used as anticoagulation diagnostic reagent, for example, in the Lee-White test, involving a blood sample. Protease can be a substitute for EDTA or ethylene diamine tetraacetate in case of blood sample of patient with allergy sensitiveness. Because protease is important, there is need or high demand to obtain new source of protease. This is actually to make protease more available and therefore will be more economic. The price getting lower if they are more available. Bacterial protease especially is preferred to be used in industry because it's more renewable compared to protease from plant or animal. Why? Because bacteria are fast to grow, they are easy to manipulate and control in the context of enzyme production in industry. Proteases that have high values are those having stability in harsh conditions, such as too high or too low temperature, diverse pH or acidity, and too low or high pressure. Such conditions are common in any manufacturing process. Enzymes generated from the sea, in particular, including marine bacteria, offer high stability because they are adapted to harsh or extreme environment of the sea, such as high salinity, varied temperature, and pressure. Proteases that have high value in food and drug industry are the food-grade ones, preferably produced by non-pathogenic bacteria to ease the handling process. Overall, valuable proteases are those having high activity too. In unit, 1 unit equals with 1 micromole per minute, supporting its function as catalyst in biochemical reactions. Let's now talk about RUSIP. What is RUSIP? RUSIP is fermented fish sauce, commonly produced and consumed in South Sumatra here in the map, and Bangka Belitung. It's usually made of marine fish with high protein. However, we have discovered that rusip can also be made from any edible marine animals, not just fish. The fermentation process in rusip involves protein degradation by proteolytic bacteria. Therefore, it makes sense if we isolate proteolytic bacteria from rusip. Yeah? Usually, the fermentation process takes 24 hours at least. It can be extended to 7 days. Rusip is the subject that I want to introduce in this speech today because of several advantages it offers in the effort of discovering new marine bacterial protease. Protease from proteolytic bacteria in marine fish rusip has potentials as follows. First, it has high activity. Most important characteristic of enzyme is high activity because of its role as biocatalyst. And then it is preferred that the protease is food grade, and rusip can produce that because rusip is food, of course. Yeah. And then third, stable in high temperature, and this comes from the fact that the enzyme is generated by bacteria of the sea. Yeah, they live in undersea environment with high temperature sometimes or low temperature sometimes, and also stable in high acidity or pH. Yeah, because in the sea we know the water has high salinity, high content of salt. Yeah. And then stable in high pressure. The sea environment are exposed to high pressure. Okay. The objectives of my overall research involving rusip is first to isolate new enzyme producing bacteria from marine fish or marine sea cucumber rusip, and then to apply the obtained enzyme in food and health industry, leading to commercialization of bacterial enzyme from rusip. So we expect to obtain new bacteria, new drugs, new enzymes, new food ingredients. The general method to obtain commercial bacterial protease from rusip, based on our studies, is described here. The steps include first, rusip preparation, the making of rusip from diverse marine fish or marine animals. This requires a fermentation process from 1 to 7 days. This step is followed by isolation of enzyme producing bacteria. Usually we use skim milk agar to isolate proteolytic bacteria. We can use oil-based media to isolate the lipase producing bacteria, or we can use the cellulose based agar to obtain or to isolate the amylum producing bacteria. After we obtain the bacteria, and then we will conduct the enzyme extraction. This involves centrifugation, and also sometimes we have to conduct the prolonged incubation, to obtain more enzymes. And then this step is followed by enzyme purification and characterization. This step usually involves SDS page and then chromatography and etc. Yeah, all related with the purification of protein can be applied to enzyme. And then the last but not least is the enzyme application. We need to apply the enzymes that we obtain to create innovative products. Yeah, several of them are methanerizer, and then a bioremediation agent, and then anti-thrombosis agent and anti-coagulation agent. As far as our concern, several promising results could be obtained by exploiting receipt of sea fish and animal, in this case the sea cucumber. What I have shown here as example of the sea animal fermented into receipt, from sand sea cucumber or Holoturia scabra. This kind of sea cucumber is interesting because it has the highest level of proteins compared to other types of sea cucumbers that we collected. To date, my research team is able to produce and scale up bacterial protease from receipt of this sea cucumber and develop it as a wound healing agent. And currently, the clinical trial phase 3 is ongoing prior to commercialization. Our product has brand Debrizim. Okay, and in this picture, the improvement of a wound when treated with our protease can be seen here. Yeah. The role of our protease is as the debridement agent to clean up the wound, and that will make the healing faster, become faster. Okay. The next result in this slide is the use of bacterial protease from sea cucumber receipt, which has also been successful to be used as methanerizer. The bacterial protease was used to submerge meats of different types. Yeah, as we can see here, there are 3 types of meats. First from beef, the second one from chicken, and the third from tuna. Yeah. The bacterial protease that was extracted from bacteria isolated from receipt of sea cucumber was used to submerge these meats, and then the meat tenderizing activity was monitored or observed by the denaturation levels of eosin and myosin. As we know, both are fibrous proteins which cause meat to become hard. Bacterial protease in this case can degrade these fibrous proteins, and as the denaturation and degradation of both proteins occurred, the number of protein bands of smaller size will appear on SDS page gel. Yeah, so we use SDS page method to measure the activity of tenderizing protein by protease. Here is in the right slide, on the right side of my slide. Here are the conclusions. Based on our studies, proteases from marine fish or sea animal receipt have high activity and other leading characteristics suitable for food and health applications. As proof, we can develop protease from bacteria isolated from receipt of sea cucumber, have the potential to be used as methanerizer and also as a debrizim agent of wound, that will make the healing process faster. Here are the references, all of the publications that I have used to describe my presentation today. So these are published by mostly my students, and I have been the corresponding authors. Okay, finally, thank you for all of your attention and appreciation. This speech is presented for Berlin International Conference on Research in Life Science and Healthcare, May 12, 2023. I hope you all are happy and healthy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stalin. Would you like to add something more?
No, but I await for the question, anticipating for questions.
Sure. Does anybody has any questions?
Anyway, thank you
sorry.
for, yeah. Okay, please.
That
Sorry.
was that was so interesting. Thank you so much. So grateful for that. And can you tell us about the challenges you encountered during your research?
Challenge. Okay. Yeah.
Thank
Is
you.
that all? Yeah. Thank you for the great question. The challenges. First, I have to find the best source of marine bacteria, and you can see from my presentation is the sea cucumber. I have to isolate it from remote area, and that's the first challenge. Difficult to get the sea cucumber with the highest protein level. And then the second, of course, the funding. Yeah, because my target is to commercialize the enzyme, so it takes a lot of fund to convince the manufacturer to produce that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Maria, for the question, and thank you, Dr. Stalis, for your answer. Any more questions? No more questions for you, Dr. Stalis. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Moving ahead with the conference. Next, we have our team activity and photo session. Let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we'll be conducting a photo session during the same. We request all of you to please unmute your mics and switch on your cameras for the photo session and discussion. The topic of discussion for today is multitasking better or worse? Video credits and copyrights goes to BBC Ideas. We have a short video for this topic.
Demanding and hectic all the time, it seems there's only one way to cope: multitasking. Gurus and life hackers make a living telling us how to get better at it. But can we actually multitask? The term was first used in the 60s to describe computer performance. The human brain, though, is not a computer, and human attention is a very limited resource. Some psychologists model visual attention as being like a spotlight. It can only be shone in one direction at any one time. Our primary focus, what we're paying most attention to, is like the brightly lit area in the center of the beam. It can also be understood as being like a zoom lens. We can choose to narrow our focus to concentrate in detail, or widen it to be aware of more things simultaneously, but we can't be zoomed in and out at the same time. Even though we're constantly receiving a huge amount of information from our senses, it's only possible for a small amount to make it through to conscious awareness. Watch the next section very carefully and pay particular attention to how many balls bounce in the circle. How many can you count? 7, right? But did you also notice that little dinosaur? What about the changing shape of the circle? Or the smiley face on one of the balls? This shows just how powerful focused attention is. Being able to filter out irrelevant detail is an amazingly useful tool, but it means we can miss things that are right under our noses, an effect known as inattention blindness. You can see this very clearly in the famous invisible gorilla experiment. When asked to concentrate exclusively on how often basketball players in white pass the ball, most people completely miss the gorilla walking across the screen and beating his chest. We just don't have the capacity to process everything at once. This is a particular problem when we try to multitask. We can switch attention from one task to another and back again. But when attention is overloaded, we miss things. And the result is nearly always that we perform tasks less well than we would doing them one at a time. It's only truly possible to do 2 things at once if they require different sets of cognitive resources. For example, it's totally possible to read a book and listen to music at the same time. Which would suggest that driving while talking on the phone is not a problem, as long as it's a hands-free phone. It's not that simple, though. Research has shown that while talking on the phone, we have a tendency to create mental images, and this uses the same visual resources needed for driving. And if visual resources become too stretched, it's perfectly possible for a driver to look directly at a hazard, but, just like with that little dinosaur, fail to see it. Not everything will make it through to conscious awareness. So multitasking makes us at best inefficient, and at worst, downright dangerous. If you're feeling like you should be doing 17 things at once, remember, that's just not the way your brain is wired.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell to receive notifications for new videos. See you again soon.
So let's start with the discussion. We would like to start with Dr. Stallis. Please share your views on the topic of discussion.
Okay. Very interesting video. Yeah, I think multitasking is better in the way that it will make our work time more efficient. Sometimes our tasks come unpredictably. We cannot expect them always come in series. Yeah, if we are used to multitasking, we will get stressed less when we face the complex tasks. That's my opinion. I hope there are better answers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Ricardo, your opinion, please.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be one of our part of this prestigious event. Is multitasking better or worse? By the way, blessed day to everyone. Multitasking can take place when someone tries or have no choice to perform 2 or more tasks at a time or simultaneously. Switch from one task to 2 or more tasks at the same time, and perform many tasks in rapid succession. By multitasking, we can be quicker and more efficient throughout the working day, and can increase our performance and the number of completed tasks. In my point of view, multitasking can be better, and likewise, it can be worse also. That I think would depend on the situation, the nature of the tasks, and how the individual would handle and execute the multitasking. For example, you are attending a virtual meeting via Zoom like this, where the meeting needs to be extended because of a very important matter to discuss and settle with. But unfortunately, it's already time to drive to fetch your children from school. I'm sure that many would agree that it is not, or it is very risky to drive in that situation, right? Multitasking creates a greater demand for cognitive resources, as discussed in the video a while ago, such as attention and working memory. Therefore, we may need greater focus, and our mind and body will require extra energy for that. If multitasking can be done without compromising the physical or mental health, as well as the safety of the individual, along with producing good and positive results from his or her multiple tasks, I am certain that multitasking is good or better. On contrary, if it will affect both our physical and mental well-being and may compromise our safety as well, together with producing poor results, then multitasking is worse. Better yet is to understand first the pros and cons of our undertakings before we engage ourselves in multitasking. That is all I can share. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ricardo. Moving ahead, Laura, would you like to share your views?
Yes, thank you so much. I would like to share my views. Actually, I'm a mom of 2 kids. I'm a teacher and I'm also a freelancer. So I'm already the multitasking person, let's say. So in this case, I would say that yes, I'm a pro of multitasking because it, as I have seen it during all of these periods of being a multitasking for like 6 years now, it increases the efficiency because it helps me to achieve different goals in less time. And of course, there are many routine tasks that every individual has to do almost every day. And this routine tasks demands multitasking. For instance, finishing a few customary phone calls in the first hour of work and checking all the new emails can be done in the same time. So it helps you with the efficiency. Also, it can help to increase productivity. Not every task a professional does is actually generating any revenue, but many tasks are facilitative or just things one has to do. And of course, it can increase also resilience. Multitasking is demanding, as we know. And a person, while is multitasking, has to be super focused on the different tasks at hand to get them properly done. Another pro that I would say it is the flexibility and adaptability. So the ability to switch from one task to another swiftly and working on different stuff simultaneously, of course, it enhances the adaptability of the human mind. So I think, and I'm very pro multitasking towards the monotasking.
Thank you for sharing your views and all the best for your future in multitasking pro
Amen.
proficiency. Next, Maria Arsen, please share your opinions.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So actually, I agree when that when people attempt to multitask, that the attention is divided, and there is a, as researchers say, there's a switching costs in terms of time and cognitive effort. But I also believe, as also Laura said, that it depends on the tasks being performed. And as she described in the great example, it depends on your habits. So while doing your daily job, if you are used to do it simultaneously, I think after a while, as it becomes a habit, you get more used to it.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much. Zanirke?
So from my point of view, doing multitask sometimes really helps because, for example, if you do one task, which one is very hard for you, so focusing only on one thing, and you can get bored easily. So if you do simple tasks like multiple tasks, it will help you to be more concentrated on all the tasks, and of course, it will help to manage the time, and you will not procrastinate, because it usually happens to me when I focus only on one thing. I usually procrastinate. That is why it is better for me to do multiple tasks at the same time, like small, simple tasks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Adnan?
Thank you. I think the more we multitask, the less we accomplish because we divided our attention. So we slowly lose our ability to focus. Some study state that by multitasking, we become more distracted and less able to focus our attention, even we are performing only one task. So I think focusing is better than multitasking for productivity. And we can take some breaks to avoid feelings of boredom, because we go to multitasking because we feeling of boredom. I think that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adnan. Thank you for sharing your opinions. Anur?
Thank you. From my point of view, multitasking is better in our nowadays life. I'm a mother of 3 young children, and I do multitasking every day in my life. I do my studies and also household things every day. And also, first of all, I think it saves your time and not so boring. And you can do the tasks at the same time, several tasks at the same time. For example, while eating, you can watch videos or listen to the news, or also you can look after your children, and it saves your time, and it's not so boring, and you can finish your tasks at the moment. I think so.
Okay. Thank you, Anur. Thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you.
Guys, Yang Wong? Yeah. Would you like to share?
Hi. Oh, okay. Hi. And I want to share in Taiwan, we celebrate a festival we call Mother's Day. I think mom is the word is one multitasking the role, and I want to share with everyone is experience I work for in restaurant, and I think multitasking, if you want to do many things in short time, when you didn't care about the test results, I think this is a good way to you can do the all things in the same time. But if you want to do make the test perfect, I think multitasking is not a good way to do to test to do all tests, because you can contrast one thing to do well. So I think multitasking, the important thing, you need to assign what the test is important. You need to separate. You need to concentrate on it. This is my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kai. Zhu Hassin Wong? Zhu Sin Wong? Would you like to share? Yeah, you.
Oh,
Yeah.
hi everyone. Sorry. I think we can do the thing at the same times, but we need to focus about the thing how important with you. Maybe I often drive the car and I will say the cell phone or to someone or talk to someone, but I can do the thing in the same times, but you need to focus more than in your driving. So maybe you can do the thing at the same time, but you need to like if in Taiwan we have a lot of tests or homework at the same times, but sometimes we will forget to do some things. So often I will write down on the paper and to tell us need to do or don't forget that things. So maybe can do it at the same time, but I think that is a proof of people they will remember to do or not to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Chang Ansai.
My viewpoint about the multitasking is that it is in a growing trend of it because not only in the workplace but also in our daily life. And I think since the advent of computers and smartphones, it has become easier to several things such as sending the text or playing games or watching videos at the same time. However, when people are working on two tasks at the same time, well, I think their response time will be reduced. And when a person is asked to complete one of the tests under the time pressure, there is more difficult to develop efficiency of the multitasking. So I think it is better to do one thing at the and it will be more efficient to do one thing at a time. And this is my viewpoint about multitasking.
Thank you. Sai, and you?
Okay, thank you. My view is because of the social change. So we used to do the many tasks at the same time. It's now what we want because I think it's more like we forced to do that. Yeah, but I think it's better because sometimes those things are not so important, so we can do the all text email something. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruan Zhu, yeah.
It's me.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm multitask because I need to give all my attention to what I'm doing now. So I think multitasking is amazing to another one. But I think if you can do all things at the same time, it's great. And you can save the time, but I can't.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all of you for actively participating in the team activity. After hearing all of you, I would like to share my views also. I think my views are very closely related to Chang and Sai and you. First of all, it depends on individual's brain, whether you can multitask or not. As simple as that. And also, we are forced to do multitasking nowadays. Previous times, in ancient times, there were no multitasking. Even the mother's full job was just to look after kids. So we are now, it's kind of peer pressure or social acceptance that we have to multitask. We have so much to do that we are adapting ourselves. We are changing. Evaluation is going on, kind of. But we have to remember that times are changing. You know, it will change and it will go only faster and faster. How much more can we multitask? How much more can we develop ourselves? It's not possible. At some time we have to stop. So that's up to you. That's a fodder for your brain. Let's think about that. Okay. Thank you, all of you. I would request all of you to please smile for a photo session. Thank you. Thank you for joining this team activity. Moving ahead with the conference now. Our first presenter for the day is Ricardo Three Rees, College of Education, Universidad de Manila, Manila City, Philippines. His topic is 21st Century Leadership Skills of Academic Heads Towards High Performance Organization Framework. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with his presentation.
A blessed day to everyone. In behalf of my co-authors, Dr. Jennifer Reyes, Associate Professor at the Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila, Manila City, Philippines, and Professor Alistair Celorio, Director of the National Service Training Program at Universidad de Manila, Manila City, Philippines, I, Dr. Ricardo Reyes III, Practicum Coordinator at the College of Education, Universidad de Manila, Manila City, Philippines, is grateful and honored to present our paper entitled 21st Century Leadership Skills of Academic Heads Towards High Performance Organization Framework. Nowadays, educational leaders face countless amount of economic, political, social, and technological pressures to deal within the everyday realities of the educational system. To this effect, leadership practices employed yesterday may no longer be appropriate today, and leadership skills possessed yesterday by educational leaders may no longer be enough today. This argument made the researcher eager to determine if the academic heads' leadership skills are sufficient to face the challenges in their leadership in new millennium. Its result will be used to propose a high-performance organization or HPO framework. For the method, this study is a qualitative research that employed the descriptive phenomenological design to describe the 21st century leadership skills as well as the challenges and opportunities that were experienced by the participant academic heads of a local university in the city of Manila. Data were analyzed using thematic analysis that included extraction of themes on the description of the academic heads' 21st century leadership skills that led to making generalization in relation to how these leadership skills were described or perceived. For the result of the study, first are the 21st century leadership skills of the participant academic heads. Table 1 presents the responses of participants 1, 4, and 5, where the theme of creativity in dealing situations emerged. Participant 1 claimed that she thinks creatively in dealing with the unpredictability and uncertainty of the situation. Participant 4 regarded that he is remarkable in creating and innovativeness. Participant 5 is capable of employing creative ways of dealing with situations. Creativity is an important 21st century leadership skills because it can be a significant tool for creating new ideas to increase efficiency in dealing with the situations. Table 2 presents the responses of participants 1, 4, 5, and 6 that generated the theme receptive of new ideas to increase knowledge. Participant 1 pointed out that she is receptive to new ideas and information from the very beginning once became a leader. Participant 4's open mindset led him to have a high degree of understanding. Participant 5 is receptive to new ideas and knowledge from experts and more experienced people around him. Participant 6 makes a dialogue with her people. She seeks ideas and opinion from her team. Being receptive to new ideas will increase the knowledge of one person. As a modern-day leader, it is important to be receptive to all new ideas and suggestions. The people around us may have lots of best ideas waiting to be extracted from their minds. Table 3 presents the responses of participants 3, 4, and 5 that generated the theme determination in achieving goal. Participant 3's clear and compelling vision maintained her focus on her goal and was able to surpass all the challenges that come along her way. Participant 4 shows determination in his work and holds on to his faith to overcome difficulties. Participant 5's clear and compelling vision serve as his guide in achieving organization goals. Adding commitment and determination to the goals allow a leader to find that he is willing to take continuous and consistent action towards making dreams a reality. Table 4 presents the responses of participants 4, 5, and 6 that led to the theme ability to identify problem cause and find effective solution. Participant 4 identifies pertinent data to come up with best decision and analyze problems to find solutions. Participant 5 described his ability to solve emerging issue. He acts fast in solving problems. Participant 6 identifies from where problems arise and makes appropriate plan of action to address these problems. Good leaders are those who are able to find solution to difficult problems in an ever-changing environment. Leaders with talent for problem solving have the ability to analyze, diagnose, and deal with problems effectively. Table 5 presents the responses of participants 3 and 5 that led to the theme effective communication. Participant 3 maintains a good relationship with other people through effective communication. Participant 5 prioritizes the execution of proper protocols for fast dissemination of information. Effective communication skills helps leaders in managing teams. It helps prevent miscommunication within the organization and ensures that all members are kept up to date with relevant information. Table 6 presents the responses of participants 1, 5, and 6 that generated the theme Delegate People Effectively. Participant 1 described her leadership as a relationship between her and her follower. Participant 5 pointed out that he delegates some of his functions to his people and shares with them his responsibilities. Participant 6 assigns her people to perform particular duties. Delegating people empowers subordinate to exercise autonomy. It allows the leader to lessen his job without compromising the quality of delivery of the organization. Table 7 presents the responses of participants 1, 2, and 6 that led to the theme Promote Constant Collaboration. Participant 1 assesses the organizational environment and makes her people collaborate and allow them to participate. Participant 2 has his objectives properly established with the collaboration of his people. Participant 6 seeks help from his team members to solve problems. Collaboration allows the leader to seek out different opinions and ideas among organization members in order to create the best strategies to achieve goals and solve problems. Table 8 presents the responses of participants 1, 2, 4, and 5 that generated the theme Provide Encouragement, Motivation, and Inspiration. Participant 1 allows her people to participate to be able to know their potential capacity to contribute to the vision of the organization. Participant 2 encourages his people to their self-improvement. Participant 4 encourages his people by appreciating their efforts and giving recognition for their performances. Participant 5 inspires and motivates his people to perform beyond expectations. One of the responsibilities of the leader is to make his people do the best they can. To achieve this, the leader must be able to inspire and motivate his people. This encourages every member of the organization to excel in whatever they do. Table 9 presents the responses of participants that generated the theme Close Supervision and Monitoring. Participant 3 keeps track of the performances of the organization. Participant 4 supervises the learning process and keeps track of matters concerning the students. Participant 6 assesses the performance of her team. Supervising is the act of directing, monitoring, or overseeing a task or project to ensure it is done properly. Next are the challenges of the 21st century leadership skills of the participant academic heads. Table 10 presents the responses of participants 1, 2, and 5 that generated the theme Changing Subordinates' Attitudes. Participant 1's greatest challenge encountered is the difficulty in changing culture from what is already inculcated in the organization. Participant 2 finds it challenging to advise his people to change their negative attitudes. Participant 5 experienced challenges in the lack of concern of some of his people. Negative attitude exhibited by a couple of members may have a negative impact on the entire workforce. Any members of an organization with a negative attitude will become inadequate in their role, while those with a positive attitude are more productive and useful to the organization. Table 11 presents the responses of participants 1, 2, 5, and 6 that generated the theme Promote Cooperation. Participant 1 encountered challenges in developing an inclusive attitude of her faculty members. It is challenging for participant 2's part to make his people participate. Participant 5 experienced challenges in the uncooperativeness of some college, and participant 6 experienced challenges in seeking participation from her people in several events. Cooperative relationship among members of the organization makes the organization more productive and effective in its roles. And when one person is uncooperative, the entire process in an organization slows down. Table 12 presents the responses of participants 1 and 4 that led to the theme Understanding Multiple Perspectives. Participant 1 encountered a great challenge in understanding people diversity. Participant 4 experienced challenges in understanding other people's viewpoints. This skill gives a leader a better understanding and a high level of empathy for his people. It promotes proper judgment, eliminates biases, and reduces conflicts. Table 13 presents the responses of participants 1 and 6 that led to the theme Strengthening Students' Competencies. Participant 1 encountered challenges, the effect of the pandemic, and admits that she hardly can do anything about it. Participant 6 experienced challenges in producing board exam competent graduates. The leadership skills of academic heads can have effect on students' learning. The world is changing rapidly, and students need to learn to adapt just as quickly as these changes occur. They need to be confident in their own skills and able to learn efficiently. Table 14 presents the responses of participants 1, 4, 5, and 6, where the theme Dealing with Admin-Related Challenges emerged. Participant 1 believed that some school policies prevent her from performing her duty diligently. Participant 4 encountered challenges with limited resources and lack of support funding. Participant 5 experienced challenges in completing tasks on prescribed due dates. Participant 6 experienced challenges in preparing protocols for on-site classes. Academic heads are often expected by the administration to fix and solve anything that goes awry in their respective colleges. Not only are leaders expected to be problem solvers, but they often bear the brunt of the blame for whatever goes wrong in their organization. Next are the opportunities of the 21st century leadership skills of the participant academic heads. Table 15 presents the responses of participants 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 that generated the theme able to accomplish leadership roles effectively. One of the opportunities that participant 1 experienced in her leadership skills is being able to solve problems. Participant 2 recognized opportunities on improving his leadership skills of becoming more effective in this new millennium. Participant 4 recognized the opportunity in sharing his skills and expertise. Participant 5 experienced an opportunity in serving his organization with his unique leadership ability. Participant 6 found an opportunity in offering her service because of passion. Accomplishment is a standard that needed to be met by a leader. It requires skills and competency building with an understanding that what is needed to accomplish today is vital for the organization's future achievement. Table 6 presents the responses of participants 1, 2, and 6 that led to the theme able to respond to situation. Being in the government, participant 1 recognized the opportunity in terms of finding resources. Participant 2 stated that it is an opportunity for him to be able to adapt to changes. Participant 6 found an opportunity to adapt to many challenging tasks. She experienced opportunities in adapting to new techniques and strategies in employing her leadership skills. Best leaders quickly process available information, rapidly determine what matters most, and make decisions with conviction. Table 17 presents the responses of participants 1 and 5 that generated the theme Understanding Thoughts and Feelings. Participant 1 acknowledged the opportunity in understanding the culture of the organization. Participant 5 found an opportunity in showing his concern and understanding the feelings of his people. Ability to recognize others' emotion and the dynamics in play within your organization is described as social awareness. Those leaders who excel in social awareness practice empathy. By communicating with empathy, you support your team, all while improving your individual performance. Table 18 presents the responses of participants 1 and 4 that led to the theme Create a Clear and Compelling Vision. Participant 1 recognized the opportunity in solving problems. Participant 4 experienced an opportunity in making his people perform their roles for the achievement of the organizational goal. As a leader, you should cultivate a global perspective and avoid thinking small. Lastly is the proposed high-performance organization framework. The goal of every institution is to become a high-performance organization. This is supported by the 4 pillars. These 4 pillars are grounded in 21st century leadership skills. The first pillar of this HPO framework is excellent leadership and management. This implies that there is a need to cascade the executive performance target and action plan down across organization levels through performance indicators, targets, and measurements. The second pillar is continuous improvement, which means that there should be regular assessment of leadership capacity and continual improvement leadership skills through training and workshops. The third pillar is people cooperation and collaboration. This is meant for the people within the organization to cooperate in the organizational process and collaborate effectively with other members for the achievement of the organizational goal. And the fourth pillar is good attitude and behavior. This applies to positive leadership traits that can become contagious to others and can encourage the most truthful and fair outcome for the team. The core ground on which the 4 pillars stands is the 21st century leadership skills. In this study, these leadership skills are deemed vital to support a high-performance organization. After analyzing the results, it was recommended that educational institutions should consider the implication of this study in developing a program or operating procedure to minimize problems and challenges encountered by their academic heads. They should consider adopting and implementing the proposed high-performance organization framework from this study or use it as a model to develop their own framework that will lead them towards high-performing educational institution. School administration should develop plans or programs to address the challenges encountered by their academic heads. They should re-examine existing operating procedures and revisit their administrative policies and guidelines. Academic heads should strengthen their leadership qualities, particularly their 21st century leadership skills necessary in creating and maintaining high-performance organization. And with that, I thank everyone for listening. If you have any questions, please feel free to send your messages to the following authors' email addresses, and we will be very much happy to reply. Again, thank you very much and a blessed day to all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ricardo. Would you like to add something more?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present our paper. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, anybody? No questions, Dr. Ricardo. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Anur Azad Bakir, Higher School of Humanities, Sarsen Amanzolo, East Kazakhstan University, Ust Kamengurs, Kazakhstan. Her topic is teaching the first stories of Mukhtar Ozo in high school. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving on to her presentation.
I'm a PhD student. Hello everyone, my name is Ainur Azat Paket. I'm from Kazakhstan. I'm a PhD student. Sarsen Amanjov is Kazakhstan University. Today, I will speak about teaching the first stories of Mukhtar Awazov in high school. I will start my presentation from introduction, then research materials and the methods, the level of research, researcher results and the discussion, and at the end conclusion. Mukhtar Awazov is a modern writer, a brilliant teacher, a scientist, a unique talent in Kazakh literature. The writer's works have been translated into several languages and have traveled all over the world. Professor Ibrahim said about him, the artistic heritage of the great writer, scientist, public figure Mukhtar Awazov is an achievement not only of our regional literature, but also of the entire human culture. His creative career is extensive and rich. He is a novelist, playwright, screenwriter, translator. This is an incomplete list of the talents of the great writer. His epic about Abay and the short stories were written with great skill and have forever entered the fund of Kazakh literature of the 20th century. The issue of teaching Awazov in higher school is currently being considered in a new way. Over time, we began to study the history of the past and teach in a new way. Today, the younger generation enters the legacy of Mukhtar Awazov from the very beginning of his studies at school, and then replenishes the spiritual food in high educational institutions. In the field of higher education, Awazov's educational world is moving into a deeper and a more scientific direction. Lecture and the practical classes are of great importance for leading students to aesthetic pleasure, morality, and spiritual purity. And most importantly, we strive to educate readers who glorify our spiritual values. Research materials and the methods. In the course of the research work, new methods of teaching the artistic originality of Mukhtar Awazov's stories were considered, as well as during the discussion of the writer's stories. In my research work, I utilized different methods as annotated plot compositional analysis, comprehensive analysis of characters, mastering the text, types of literary analysis, image analysis, problem, and comprehensive analysis. In addition, methods of processing, comparing, systematizing, and summarizing information have found widespread use. In high school, when teaching Mukhtar Awazov's prose works, it is advisable to delve into the secrets of words and thoughts in a work of art. fully mastering the content of her work, and identifying the character of Winnie. The main attention is paid to the reader's perception, intuition, feeling of a literary text, and their own reasoning. Because of the problem of interpretation in the modern educational paradigm, creates a great environment for the growth of students' subjective views and their complex intellectual thoughts and individual culture. And in order to achieve the intended goal, analytical work is organized on the part of the teacher. Analysis is the core of each lesson. Here in table 1, given Muhtar Awaz's story, Qorg'ansыздың күні, its analysis of the story. In the first column, here given the construction of the story and the main events. The second column, the fate of the characters, and the last column is given the artistic method and the manner of the writer. For example, the story starts from the event passengers and a storm. Then Akan and Kaltai are looking for a place to land. The fate of the characters. Then artistic method, the writer's manners, which used in these stories, a narrative, illustration, and portraiture, and so on. In high school, in the process of artistic and ideological analysis of a literary work, in the analysis of a character, it is better pay special attention to compositional plot analysis of the work, and also artistic originality, personality of the hero. Here given questions that lead students to cognitive thinking. These 3 stories about 3 questions about the short story of Muhtar Awaz. First question here given proves the importance of portraits in revealing the soul of characters in Muhtar Awaz's stories. Second, what is your attitude to the writer's decision to decide the fate of the characters? Third question is, who are the defenseless in the early stories of Muhtar Awaz? And do you agree with the writer's decision to decide their fate? The questions of the cognitive task lead students to express their conclusions and decisions as if they were thinking. The most important thing is that in the presentation of concrete and evidence in the text is monitored. By addressing the text, we can develop the student's scientific competence. This is the importance of this method. Next, demonstrating the artistic originality of Muhtar Awaz's story. For example, Koksirek students conducted new teaching methods and techniques. Here given 4 methods which I used to students in my research work. First is a fill a table. Students have to, the purpose of this method is to lead the ability to solve problems. Here given table, and the students have to complete this table with the words as proof, forecast, goal, and plan. Next, formula POPs method. The first sentence starts from the words as I think. Second sentence starts, I can prove it with these facts, examples. The last sentence starts in this regard. I have come to the following final decisions. Students have to complete these sentences. Next method is 4 sentences method. Students give their opinions, prove it, give examples, and at the end conclude, give their conclusions. Fourth method is the reader's voice method. Students compare their search, which receive it the basis of demonstrating their communicative sentences. Next, table 2, comparing with world works. Muhtar Awazov's stories as Jetim Kuksirek Kurlansızın Kunu. Here I compared with the French writers' stories as Hona de Balzac's stories, Pazagoria, and Kida Maupassant Pushka. And this is their connection with world literature. As we can say, as a harmony with world literature. And my impressions in 3 languages, Kazakh, English, and Russian. Okay, at the end, in conclusion, Muhtar Awazov is the pride of the nation. His name will forever remain in the history of national literature and writer and culture. His prose works written in the 20s and 30s became a harbinger of innovation in our national literature. He revived and cultivated our diverse national spiritual goods and brought them to us in a new form. The life of the characters played in the writer's works, their portraits and the characters' internal psychology and the ability to describe natural phenomena in accordance with human attention to demonstrate the writer's great talent. Now, in the system of higher education, it is important to focus the learning process of national values on the basis of which it is means of education. It is necessary to strengthen the educational component of the educational process. They are the norms of patriotism, morality, and the common sense, interesting harmony and the tolerance, the development of both body and the soul, adherence to the law. And it's important to promote and modernize our national values, which are the basis of the for the upbringing of generations, and use them as a means of education. That's all. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Anur. Thank you so much for your presentation. Would you like to add something more?
Thank you very much for you too. That you give me chance to participate in this conference. And do you have any questions about my presentation?
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? No questions, Anur. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to you.
Okay. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Zanirke Bulat Bekova, Higher School of Humanities, Sarsen, Amanzolo, East Kazakhstan University, Ust Kamenogorsk, Kazakhstan. Her topic is teaching English translations of Abai. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Hello, my name is Zanirke Bulat-Bekova. I am a PhD student of Sarsen Amanzolov Kazakhstan University. And today I'm gonna talk about the teaching English translations of Abai. So let's get started. Here is a content which has several steps. First of all, I'll start from the introduction and then I'll explain why did we choose Abai and why his works are excellent teaching tools. And how can we teach English translations of Abai's works? And in the end, or during the process of teaching, what will student acquire? So, first of all, let me give a brief information about my country. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. And in our country, there are 120 ethnic groups and nationalities who live peacefully and happily. And since the university concentrates representatives of different cultures, religions, and languages, it is necessary to promote the development of ethnic culture at a high level. Kazakhstan is a young country, and that is why we are still on our way of development. So for us, it is very important to attract foreigners, but not only with our beautiful landscapes and delicious cuisine, also with our interesting and rich language culture. So why do we choose Abai? First of all, Abai is a lead person of Kazakh nation. Abai was the genius person of his century, and he's a Kazakh poet, philosopher, translator, composer, thinker, public educator, public figure, the founder of Kazakh written literature and its first classic. Also, he's an enlightener. In our Abai is a lead figure not in our literature and language, also in the history. If we talk about the Abai, we need to know that there was three different sources that affected on Abai's works. First of all, first source was Kazakh oral stories, like storytellings, fairy tales. The second source was Eastern philosophers, Eastern thinkers' works, and the third one European classics and writers. And Abai was the first person who translated directly Russian from Russian to Kazakh. And especially when we in after like 150th anniversary of Abai, with the support of UNESCO, interest on our culture and literature has increased. And after that time, Abai's Book of Words and his other poems and his poetry translated into many foreign languages. And before going to the theme of how can we teach English translations of Abai's works, firstly, we need to know about the author's geographical location. Where was he born? The place where he was born, and the history of his country, of his nation, the language family, because English language family and Kazakh language families, they are different. And of course, culture and religion. These 5, sometimes more crucial things that really affect on the perception of the worldview of the author. That is why other translator or other person who read the translations of the authentic material, we need to take into consideration the authors, the details about the author, like above mentioned details. And also here on the map, we can see that Kazakhstan is located in the Central Asia, and we have 5 different neighbors like Russia, China, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. Of course, that is why our culture, like our history, is very interesting. And after we figure out the details about the author, so we can move on to the next stage. So we need to, if we want to create a curriculum and content, we need to take into account the language level of students. Kazakhstan is a modern, new country, young country, and that is why right now we can see a lot of foreign students who came to study in Kazakhstan, and for them, Kazakh learning Kazakh language is kind of a mandatory subject. So here we can see from the table on the top, here is a sample of curriculum for the elementary level. For example, it's a week 8. So here we can see about seasons, weather, nature. So here we can, students can give a description using nouns and adjectives. And on the second table, here's for intermediate level. Here we can make tasks more complex and
Guys, we all really apologize for the mistake. I will be sharing this presentation again. I'm really sorry. Thank you.
cultures, religions, and languages, it is necessary to promote the development of. I am a PhD student of Sarsina Mandrov's Kazakhstan University. And today I'm going to talk about the teaching English translations of Abai. So let's get started. Here is the content which has several steps. First of all, I'll start from the introduction and then I'll explain why did we choose Abai and why his works are excellent teaching tools. And how can we teach English translations of Abai's works? And in the end, or during the process of teaching, what will student acquire? So, first of all, let me give a brief information about my country. Kazakhstan is the largest country in Central Asia and the 9th largest in the world. And in our country, there are 120 ethnic groups and nationalities who live peacefully and happily. And since the university concentrates representatives of different cultures, religions, and languages, it is necessary to promote the development of ethnic culture at a high level. Kazakhstan is a young country, and that is why we are still on our way of development. So for us, it is very important to attract foreigners, but not only with our beautiful landscapes and delicious cuisine, also with our interesting and rich language culture. So why do we choose Abai? First of all, Abai is a lead person of Kazakh nation. Abai was the genius person of his century, and he's a Kazakh poet, philosopher, translator, composer, thinker, public educator, public figure, the founder of Kazakh written literature and its first classic. Also, he's an enlightener. In our Abai is a lead figure not in our literature and language, also in the history. If we talk about the Abai, we need to know that there was three different sources that affected on Abai's works. First of all, first source was Kazakh oral stories, like storytellings, fairy tales. The second source was Eastern philosophers, Eastern thinkers' works, and the third one European classics and writers. And Abai was the first person who translated directly Russian from Russian to Kazakh. And especially when we in after like 150th anniversary of Abai with the support of UNESCO, interest on our culture and literature has increased. And after that time, Abai's Book of Words and his other poems and his poetry translated into many foreign languages. And before going to the theme of how can we teach English translations of Abai's works, firstly, we need to know about the author's geographical location. Where was he born? The place where he was born, and the history of his country, of his nation, the language family, because English language family and Kazakh language families, they are different. And of course, culture and religion. These five, sometimes more crucial things that really affect on the perception of the worldview of the author. That is why other translator or other person who read the translations of the authentic material, we need to take into consideration the authors, the details about the authors. The author, like above mentioned details. And also here on the map, we can see that Kazakhstan is located in the Central Asia, and we have 5 different neighbors like Russia, China, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. Of course, that is why our culture, like our history, is very interesting. And after we figure out the details about the author, then we can move on to the next stage. So we need to, if we want to create a curriculum and content, we need to take into account the language level of students. Kazakhstan is a modern, new country, young country, and that is why right now we can see a lot of foreign students who came to study in Kazakhstan, and for them, learning Kazakh language is kind of a mandatory subject. So here we can see from the table on the top, here is a sample of curriculum for the elementary level. For example, it's a week 8. So here we can see about seasons, weather, nature. So here we can, students can give a description using nouns and adjectives. And on the second table, here is for intermediate level. Here we can make tasks more complex, and these tasks are used to develop more skills than one, sometimes for all 4 skills. So here the sample of the assignment. Here the first step, students are going to read the original text with the missing word, then listen to the music and fill in the gaps. Here, as an example of the music, we chose Abai's Jil Sistem de Jargai, or in English, In the Silent Luminous Night song. And in case if they have some troubles with guessing the missing words, they can use translated text as a clue. And this task can help to develop their listening skills, writing, reading, and also they can, after they can talk to each other. And here several methods as effective ways to develop ethnocultural competence through competitive learning of advice works in English. The first one is intercultural method, designed for the parallel study of ethnic cultures as part of comparative analysis of general and particular in the culture of different peoples. So here that is why we can use advice works also and compare with their translations. In contrast method, by comparing samples of ethnic culture, teaches to develop the perception of characteristics of the studied ethnic groups and increase aesthetic interest in folk art. Further, I will give one example of contrast method. So here the next one is training method and open tasks. They help to apply the acquired knowledge in practice, form the skills of understanding national culture and perception of cultural differences. And conversation discussion method aim to develop the ability to listen and hear others, analyze information on the basis of rational reasoning and express their thoughts. And before talking about the cinquain method, I would like to give a brief information about what is a cinquain. Cinquain is a 5-line poetic form that originated in the early 20th century in the United States under the influence of Japanese poetry. There are several types of cinquain, but I chose one where the first word is going to be a noun, subject of a poem or text, and the second one, two adjectives that will describe the subject. Then the third one, 3 verbs that will express the action in the text, and the fourth one to describe the thoughts. We can use 4 words or 4 phrases, and the 5th one is a synonym for their text, for their poem. Like, how can you? And using cinquain method, students identify the main idea, summarize the most important data, and explain complex ideas. And cinquain method helps to conclude the task, like the theme. And here, they're an example of they are authentic material with translated versions. Abbas Autumn, and here Darian Rothenberg's and Richard McCain's translations. On the bottom, you can see the results of the cinquain methods. Using cinquain methods, we just wrote the final the final material. And here I would like to mention one thing about using contrast methods. For example, here, if we look on the left, Dorian Rothenberg's translation, on the second part, the first line, no grass, no tulips. Here, I would talk about the flowers. So, for example, in Abbai's work, here he says about the flower Baishishik. Baishishik is a snowdrop, while Darian Rothenberg wrote about tulip. And Richard McCain just skipped this part. He just wrote just a flower. But for nomad people, snowdrop has a deep meaning because snowdrop is the first spring flower, which means new beginning, hope, rebirth, symbolizes, and the ability to overcome challenges. Here we can see that Dorian Rothenberg's perception of his own worldview and the differences between, the 2 different people, that they are from different countries and different cultures. And what will the student acquire during the process? Understand the national culture, the ability to perceive the differences of other cultures, analyze information, ability to summarize a topic, opportunity to deepen the ethnic cultural knowledge and practice, to make a brief conclusion, and of course, reading, writing, listening, pronunciation, and speaking skills. And to sum up, I would like to say that by teaching our bias work to foreign students, we can not only increase interest in Kazakh language, but also learn and teach extensive information about national and cultural values, traditions, and customs. So maybe, and I would say thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for your patience. Zanirke, would you like to add something more?
I just want to thank you and all the participants. I'm glad to participate and share my thing and present my thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Laura Cami, Department of Civil Law, Faculty of Law, University of Tirana from Albania. Her topic is the EU Private International Law Framework for the Recognition and Enforcement of Judgments in Employment Matters. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with her presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Borbsi, and I'm a lecturer at the University of Tirana, Faculty of Law, teaching international private law and intellectual property. And today I'm very happy to be with all of you in this conference, and we will I'm delightfully present our article, also on behalf of my colleague, Mr. John Skanderi, named the EU Private International Law Framework for the Acknowledgement and Execution of Judgments in Employment Matters. The most important legislation that applies especially and specifically to labor dispute within the European Union are as below. The first one is the Brussels regulation, secondly is the enforcement directive, and third is the Rome regulation. But these are not the only ones, as far as we have also the working time directive, temporary agency work directive, and the posted workers directives. These are very important when we deal with employment matters within European Union, and this is the legislations that applies to fix all of those matters relating to this issue. When it comes to the European Court of Justice jurisprudence, we can easily say that it is of an enormous help, because European Court of Justice has issued a significant number of rulings on the acknowledgement and execution of judgments in employment matters within the European Union. And these cases have helped to clarify the range of validity and the use of the relevant European Union legislations, and have provided guidance on how to interpret and apply these standards for acknowledgement and execution in the context of employment disputes. Actually, there are four main cases of 1997, ruling in the case of Belly Services Hot Desain, and this case concerned the acknowledgement and execution of a French judgment in a case involving a dispute between an employee and his employer. And the European Court of Justice held that a certain judgment rendered in one jurisdiction must be implemented in the other jurisdiction without any specific requirement or for any other steps. The decision must be binding and unconditional, and it cannot go against the public order. Another important case, as we can see here, is the 2000 European Court jurisprudence ruling in the case of Edition Jacob versus Office for Harmonization in the Internal Market. This case concerned the acknowledgement and execution of a Spanish decision in a case involving a dispute between an employer and also his employer. And the ACJ held that a decision that is given in an EU jurisdiction must be acknowledged and enforced in other jurisdiction, deprived of the need for any unusual process. However, the judgment must be given by a court with jurisdiction under the Brussels regulation. And the same goes with the two other cases, the case of 2005 Schleicher versus Begner, and the case of 2017 Holterman Expedit versus Spies. So we can say that these cases highlight the importance of ensuring that employees are able to enforce their legal protections in the international setting employment disputes, and they provide clarity of the conditions that must be met for judgments to be recognized and executed in other jurisdictions. Regarding the conditions for acknowledgement and execution of judgments in employment matters in the European Union, are governed by the European Union Acquis, which is the body of the European Union law that has been adopted by all European Union member states. The relevant regulations and directives establish the system in place to ensure that decisions are recognized and enforceable in employment matters across the EU. And actually, an essential condition in order to validate and execute court rulings in employment matters is that the decision must be given by a court with jurisdiction under the Brussels regulation. And the Brussels regulation is the main EU instrument for determining which the judiciary is able to examine a case that has a cross-border element. And another important condition is that there must be no more appeals and the verdict must stand. And what does this mean? It means that the judgment of a ruling that was issued by a court with the authority to consider the matter, and it must not be subject to appeal or any other form of review. And actually a judgment that it is not final and conclusive cannot be acknowledged and executed in different jurisdictions. The relevant European Union regulations and directives, it's completely understandable that they ensure that employers are able to enforce their rights in the context of cross-border employment disputes. And finally, it's important to note that some of the EU member states may have additional requirements for acknowledgement and execution of judgments in employment matters. For example, some member states may require that the judgment is translated into the language of the member state in which the acknowledgement and execution is sought. So, does the EU regulation on jurisdiction and the acknowledgement and execution of judgments in civil and commercial matters has a role? It definitely has a role. And its role is very important because it is the significant body or law, let's say, that regulates the acknowledgement and execution. And also it provides a framework for determining which court has jurisdiction to hear a case when we have or we're in front of cross-border matters. And it definitely ensures that employers are able to enforce their powers within the member states, regardless of where the employer is situated. For example, let's say the judgment must be final and conclusive and must not be contrary to public policy. And in addition, the judgment must be in relation to a matter that it is considered to be within the scope of European Union law. The Brussels regulation ensures that employers are able to enforce, as I said before, their rights across the EU member states, regardless where their employer is based, as far as we have a very potent and very strong regulation within the EU, which is called the Brussels 1 and the Brussels 1A, which reinforces the Brussels 1. So, set it all together, the scope of the EU directive on the execution of judgments in civil and commercial matters is because it sets out the rules for the acknowledgement. It applies to judgments given in a civil and commercial matters, including those ones regarding to the employment matters that have a cross-border element. It also aims to simplify and expedite the enforcement of these judgments in order to facilitate the free movement of judgments and to ensure that, which is very important, to ensure legal certainty for individuals and companies. It is the law that establishes a minimum set of rules regarding the enforcement and acknowledgement, but as I have stated it a little bit earlier before, member states are free to provide more favorable rules for themselves. Legal assessment on the relevance of the principle of mutual trust in the acknowledgement and execution of judgments. Actually, the principle of mutual trust is a fundamental principle of European Union law and is particularly relevant in the acknowledgement and execution of judgments in the employment matters. This principle means, the mutual trust, that European Union member states must trust each other's legal systems and must recognize and reinforce judgments given in other member states unless there are serious reasons to doubt that the legality of the judgments or the impartiality of the court that gave the judgments. In the context of employment matters, the principle of mutual trust is important because it ensures that employees who have obtained a judgment in their favor in one member state are able to enforce that judgment in other member states without the need for any special procedure. As we may all know, Brexit has had significant implications for acknowledgement and execution of labour judgments between the European Union and the United Kingdom. Prior to Brexit, the acknowledgement and execution of labour judgments were governed by the European Union regulations and directives, which provided a full framework for acknowledgement and execution, including across the European Union, including the United Kingdom. With the UK's withdrawal from the EU, what we will call it Brexit, the United Kingdom is no longer bound by the EU regulations and directives, and there is no longer automatic, let's say, acknowledgement and execution of labour judgments between the European Union and the United Kingdom. As a result, there is an uncertainty about the acknowledgement and these executions. But in order to address this uncertainty, the UK and the EU agreed to include provisions of the acknowledgement and execution of judgments in the so-called Trade and Cooperation Agreement. Under this agreement, judgments given in the UK and the EU will be recognized and enforced in other jurisdictions, provided that certain conditions are met. Actually, Brexit has had significant implications for acknowledgement and execution of labour judgments in employment matters between the European Union and the UK, while the Trade and Cooperation Agreement provides a framework for the acknowledgement and execution of judgments in civil and commercial matters, including employment matters here. It still doesn't cover it all, so there is much to be done yet. In conclusion, ensuring effective and efficient acknowledgement and execution of judgments in employment matters It's crucial for promoting legal certainty and also protecting the rights of employees in the European Union. Actually, the European Union legislative framework, including the European Union regulation on jurisdiction and the acknowledgement and execution of judgments in civil and commercial matters, and the European Union directive on the enforcement of judgments in civil and commercial matters, provides a robust framework for the acknowledgement and execution of judgments in the employment matters. Actually, the principle of mutual trust, as I have already said, plays a key role in ensuring effective acknowledgement and execution of judgments in employment matters. It promotes trust and cooperation between European Union member states, allowing for the acknowledgement and execution of judgments across the borders, which is very essential for the protection of employees' rights. Brexit, final but not least, has a significant implications for acknowledgement and execution of labour judgments between the European Union and the UK, but the Trade and Cooperation Agreement provides some framework acknowledgement regarding the executions of labour judgments between the UK and the European Union. However, there is still some uncertainty regarding the acknowledgement and execution of judgments. And to ensure this legal certainty and protect the rights of employers, it is very essential that the European Union and the United Kingdom continue to work together to establish clear and effective mechanisms in employment matters. Thank you. I wish you enjoy, and I cannot wait to discuss with you further questions and to give some answers for whatever might need it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much for your presentation. Would you like
Thank
to
you
add
too.
something? You're most welcome.
Actually, I think I gave a full comprehensive review on that, and I would be glad to give some answer if there are some.
Sure. Guys, if anyone have any questions, please ask Laura.
I know this is a very specific topic, but anyhow, I would be glad.
No questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you too, dear Neha.
Thank you. Moving ahead with the conference now. Our next presenter is Aylin Ugurlu, Faculty of Sports Science, Aydin Adnan Menderes University from Turkey. Topic is the relationship of sports tourism with ecological environment and sustainability. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with this presentation.
Dear session chairman and esteemed participants, I'm Dr. Aylin Uğurlu, an assistant professor in Aydın Adnan Menderes University's Faculty of Sports Science. I hope you are enjoying this congress. I will briefly discuss a study entitled Sports Tourism's Relationship with the Ecological Environment and Sustainability. Before starting, I would like to give some information about the terms. Sports tourism can be defined as travels by individuals from their place of residence with the aim of watching or participating in sports activities for the purpose of entertainment. Ecological environment is a scientific field that examines the relationship between living organisms and their environments simultaneously rather than separately. Ecology is also known as the environmental science devoted to the positive and negative effects that living organisms have on their environments. with the aim of minimizing environmental harm and ensuring the sustainability of life. The tourism sector, and especially the subsector of active sports whose activities occurs in nature, has a great responsibility in its relationship with the environment. Sometimes these activities can be overly aggressive with the natural resources if they are not carried out in the right place and with the necessary measures to ensure that they do not harm the environment. Sustainability is the harmonious integration of environmental health, social equality, and economic vitality to create thriving, healthy, diverse, and resilient communities for present and future generations. Mega events and the increase in tourism activity may also contribute to the environmental sustainability effort organisms. For example, the International Olympic Committee asked the countries and cities that will host the Olympic and Paralympic Games to document the necessary environmental initiatives. The aim of this research is to examine the relationship between the ecological environment and sustainability in the context of sports tourism. With this compilation, the studies conducted can be observed by researchers and developments related to the subject can be monitored. It will be seen from which directions the concepts of sport tourism, the ecological environment, and sustainability are approached. And with the help of these studies, a holistic perspective can be adopted toward the topics of sports tourism, the ecological environment, and sustainability. In this work, scientific studies in the literature related to sports tourism, the ecological environment, and sustainability were evaluated. Research conducted between 1985 and 2022 was examined in the study. So in the study, national and international journal articles, graduate theses, printed books, and studies in foreign indexes database were used as data source. The keywords, sport tourism, ecological environment, and sustainability were used while scanning digital environments. Now I will briefly tell you about the findings in the current literature. The prominent issues in the literature are negative approach towards sports tourism, the environment, and sustainability. These studies emphasize that the current designs of sports organizations threaten future generations. In addition, they note the lack of protection of natural resources, the increase of air and environmental pollutions associated with the sports tourism, and the disappearance of the natural habitats of living organisms. Additionally, we can give example of some Olympic Games that have been widely discussed by the press and in academic studies. These Olympics have been in spotlight for the harm they have caused the air, water, and habitats. For instance, Rio and Beijing 2008 are relevant examples. Historically, Rio has not always experienced water quality problems, but after the Olympics, water quality was worsened as the population in Rio grew at an excessive rate, even though there are water treatment programs. In the literature, it's also possible to come across positive views of sports events and sustainability. In this context, research highlighting the economic and social contribution of tourism to different regions and its role in preserving cultural values stands out. Additionally, it's widely believed that mega events stimulate tourism more than general tourism activities. The London Olympic Games, also known as the Green Olympics, were addressed in the literature as an example of mega events. The fact that all materials used were recyclable made both environmentalists and academics happy. The Beijing Olympics sets an example with their motto. The Beijing Olympics also emphasized a green world. The motto used in Tokyo Olympics was "Be better together" for the world and for people. The Paris Olympic Games are already predicted to be environmentally friendly. In the relevant literature, measures to protect countries, entities, and practices for the reducing carbon dioxide emissions are emphasized. Institutions such as the International Olympic Committee that produce these policies are also being examined. In addition, topics such as reducing energy, water, and paper consumptions, implementing green construction, and promoting environmentally friendly approach in transportation have also been addressed. Overall, views on the issues have been presented with an environmentally friendly approach without reducing sports tourism or sports events. Please allow me to talk briefly about the outcomes now. For the sustainable development of the sports industry, traditional limitations must be overcome under the guidance of local governments. Collaborations with industry units must be organized and developed, and multiple theoretical frameworks and technology applications should be integrated with each other to ensure the smooth progress of industrialization. This is because the formation and development of an industry can be said to depend on the advancement of science and technology. In addition, it's important to ensure industrial collaborations and the integration of academic studies with practice. Moreover, collaborations between sports tourism and other disciplines must also be established. Consequently, we can say that sports tourism is a growing sector. This growing sector has a relationship with the socio-cultural, environmental, and ecological environment, and especially in terms of economic aspects. Sports tourism, which has many effects, can have both positive and negative impacts. Our goal should be to minimize the negative impacts of sports tourism on the environmental of our planet and ensure that sports activities are continued sustainability for future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ellen, for the presentation. Ellen was unable to join us due to some reasons. If you have any questions regarding her presentation, you may leave them in the chat section and she will get back to you with her answers. Okay. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Amre of LAS, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Top University of Economics and Technology, Ankara from Turkey. His topic is Impact Performance of 3D printed Kevlar fiber reinforced composites. You can see the abstract on your screen. Moving ahead with his presentation.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation about impact performance of 3D printed Kevlar fiber reinforced composites. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Emre Oflaz and I am PhD student in Mechanical Engineering Department in TOB University of Economics and Technology in Ankara, Turkey. And also I am a research assistant in Mechatronics Engineering Department in Ketsuya Karata University in Konya, Turkey. In this presentation, my topics are additive manufacturing and direct ink writing, direct ink writing of thermoset composite samples, ASTM standards and sample design, impact test, and results and discussion. Additive manufacturing, also known as 3D printing, is a fast-growing manufacturing technology. As you all know, additive manufacturing allows us to fabricate complex geometries cost-efficiently and rapidly via layer-by-layer deposition. But beside all these good features, AM also offers low mechanical and thermal properties, as the basic process begins with the use of thermoplastic materials like ABS and PLA, which are very easy to use and cheap. But thermoplastic printing is based on repeated melting and cooling process, and it causes slow bonding between layers and lines. Because of this, mechanical properties of printed samples are generally lower than feedstock materials' mechanical properties. To overcome that mechanical and thermal drawbacks of the thermoplastics, thermoset polymers can be used. Thermoset polymers can be used in additive manufacturing via direct ink writing. Direct ink writing is a new method which is based on extruding an ink whose viscosity is adjusted to be self-supporting during and after printing. As you can see on the right side, there is an extruding nozzle. With the nozzle, we can deposit our feedstock materials, we call it as ink. And as you can see below, extruded material remains its shape during and after printing. Ink for thermoset polymer composites. Thermoset polymer composites can be fabricated with direct ink writing, but first stage of printing thermoset polymer composite is to prepare a printable ink. A printable ink includes epoxy resin as a thermoset polymer matrix and nanoclay as a rheology modifier. Rheology modifier has a crucial role in preparing ink because ink viscosity has crucial role in direct ink writing. To get a printable ink, ink viscosity must be adjusted carefully via rheology modifiers. And as a reinforcement, we use Kevlar fibers. And lastly, curing agent to complete thermal curing process. This is the stage for ink preparation. First, we add curing agent to epoxy and mix it. In this stage, we call that ink as pure epoxy. Pure epoxy ink has no rheology modifiers like nanoclay or no reinforcements like Kevlar fibers. Then we add nanoclay that ink and mix it. In this stage, we call that ink as base ink. Base ink has nanoclay rheology modifier but no fibers. After that, we add Kevlar fibers to that ink and mix that, and we get that final ink version, Kevlar fiber reinforced ink. To direct and write that composite ink, first of all, we fill that ink to the air adjusted syringe, and after that, we adjust the air pressure and measure the ink extruded in 10 seconds to find ink velocity. After that, we calculate all the printing parameters. Then sample designs are done according to ASTM standards and G-codes are generated. After that, 3D printing can be started. After all the samples are printed, all the samples are cured in oven. As I mentioned before, there is a repeated melting and cooling process in thermoplastic printing methods like fused filament deposition or etc. But in direct ink writing, there is just one heating process after printing called as curing. This curing process at the very end offers stronger bonding between printing lines and layers. Sample design and test setup. Samples were designed and tested according to ASTM D4812 standard, which is standard test method for unnotched cantilever beam impact resistance of plastics. In the standard, dimensions of the samples and orientation of the fibers are very important. These issues were given importance during sample design, and this is our test setup for impact test. Test specimens were placed and fixed between jaws as shown at the bottom of the figure. Tests were carried out for 1 joule ISO impact test hammer. And impact energy calculated by the machine software was seen and recorded on the test machine display in the left corner. Test samples. To examine the effect of fiber amount and nanoclay amount on impact performance of 3D printed composites, 3 main test groups with different nanoclay and Kevlar fiber amount were printed. First group is pure epoxy. Pure epoxy group contains no nanoclay or fiber. Since there is no rheology modifier, that ink is impossible to print. So all the samples, pure epoxy samples, were fabricated via molding. 5% basic group contains 5% volume ratio non-nuclei but no fiber. In a similar way, 8% basic group contains 8% non-nuclei but no fiber. In 3.5% Kevlar fiber reinforced group contains 5% volume ratio non-nuclei and 3.5% volume ratio Kevlar fiber. To prepare a printable ink, enough rheology modifier must be used to both adjust the ink viscosity and to get that ink mixed homogeneously. So we prepared all the fiber reinforced inks with 5% non-nuclei to make a good comparison between test groups, to make a good comparison between basic group and Kevlar fiber group. In a similar way, 6.3% Kevlar fiber group contains 5% non-nuclei and 6.3% Kevlar fiber. Test results. Impact energy values of the test samples were obtained from software test machine. Then impact strength values were calculated as the ratio of impact energy and cross-section area of the specimen. The mean and standard deviation values are calculated and they can be seen as table on the left side and as graph on the right side. To compare difference between groups, Mann-Whitney tests were conducted and p-values of the heat comparison was obtained. P-value below 0.05 was considered as significantly different. Test results and discussion. As you can see, pure epoxy group had significantly the lowest mean impact strength among all the test groups, and we can say that non-nuclei and fiber reinforcement have a significant positive effect of impact strength of 3D printed composite specimens. 5% basic group has the highest average impact strength, but there's no significant difference between 6.3 Kevlar fiber group and 5% basic group. 8% basic group had a lower mean impact strength than 5% basic group. 3.5% Kevlar fiber group had significantly lower mean impact strength than both 5% basic group and 6.3 Kevlar fiber group. When all results are examined, the following conclusions can be reached. First of all, non-nuclei and fiber reinforcements has a significant positive effect on impact strength, but there are some exceptions. The first one is about non-nuclei. Increasing the non-nuclei from 5% to 8% decreased the impact strength, which was associated with embrittlement, because obviously increasing non-nuclei amount made specimens more brittle and it decreased our impact strength. The other important result is about Kevlar fiber loading. 3.5% Kevlar fiber group had a lower impact strength than 5% basic group. Since 3.5 Kevlar ink was prepared by reinforcing 5% basic group with Kevlar fibers, the expected situation here was that the Kevlar containing group had a higher values than 5% basic group, but it didn't happen as expected. It's thought that this situation is caused by unwanted pores formed by fiber loading to the inks mixture. But when the Kevlar fiber amount increased to 6.3%, impact strength increased again to level of 5% basic group, and which means that increasing Kevlar amount to a desired level, it eliminates the strength loss caused by unwanted pores and had a positive effect of impact strength. Before I finish my presentation, I should mention that I am thankful to Ketukarta University and Tob University of Economics and Technology for all PhD study opportunities, and I especially thank to University of Miami for giving me opportunity to use the laboratory facilities, and I am also thankful to TÜBİTAK, the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, for financial support, and thank you for listening my presentation.
Thank you, Amre. Thank you so much for your presentation. Due to some reason, Amre was unable to join us today. If you have any questions regarding his presentation, you may leave them in the chat section and he will get back to you with his answers. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Sai and Yu, Graduate Institute of Human Resource Management, National Changhua University of Education, Taipei from Taiwan. His topic is paradox necessarily bad? The impact of CEO paradoxical leadership on innovation, ambidexterity, TMT reflexivity as a mediator. You can see the abstract on your screens. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Taiyu. I'm from Graduate Institute of Human Resource Management, National Changhua University of Education. And as you can see, this is my typical. This is my outline. First is research background. More and more studies have shown that the best companies are those that can balance exploratory innovation and explorative innovation. This highlights the importance of innovation as dexterity. However, to achieve innovation as dexterity, companies must balance the tension between exploitation and exploitation. Paradoxical leadership may be a good way to solve this problem. Zheng and Ou show that making choice in competitive tension is a necessary evil, so leaders inevitably face of conflict and tension in managing people. While situation leadership theory emphasizes taking either or strategy, choose A or B based on different situations, with A and B being separate and patently contradictory. Paradoxical leadership involves taking due choice that can overcome the tension between exploitation and exploitation. This is why paradox leadership may promote innovation and dexterity. Tushman and O'Reilly argue that dexterity is largely driven by internal process with top management teams, which enable them to handle a large amount of innovation, decision-making choice, and manage conflict and uncertainty. However, they did not specify which TMT process were involved. Currently, the hierarchical theory lacks evidence of the effect of TMT reflexivity on decision-making, so this study takes TMT reflexivity as a variable of team process to the impact of TMT process on innovation and dexterity. And then is literature review. Theory. This study analyzed Hambrick and Mason's upper echelon theory, proposed in 1984. As the framework and hypothesis for research, the theory is widely applied in research related to top management team and practice that organizational performance is practically determined by the background characteristics of top management, with their characteristics depicts as decision-making factor for strategic choice, determining organizational performance. Ethical leadership theory is based on the integration of Eastern Indian philosophy and leadership theory. The Eastern philosophy views the world as a whole dynamic entity where all universal phenomena are formed by the integration of two opposite universal energy, yin and yang. Although paradoxes are contradiction, negating, and separating, they are also independent, complementary, and integrated into a harmonious whole. All organizations are built on contribute containing independent, creative, and free individuals on one hand, while seeking to maintain organizational order and structure on the others. Those leaders face continuous competing demands to satisfy the structural needs of the organizational and the personal needs of followers. Under the CEO paradoxical leadership background, TMT members have a certain level of freedom and may be more willing to express their opinion in an open atmosphere. Those they are willing to engage in TMT responsibility and due to the particular paradoxical leadership style used by the CEO. The TMT may discuss past success, failure, and formulate better plans to meet the CEO's job demands. However, the CEO also gives the TMT some flexibility and ultimate decision-making power. leading them to consider the CEO's perspective when making decisions. Therefore, TMT decision may involve TMT irreversibility to ensure their evidence and feasibility, among other factors. As such, this study suggests that CEO paradoxical leadership has a positive impact on TMT reversibility. In the process of TMT reversibility, team members may discover that some information points to inspiratory innovation, while other information point to applied information. In the planning process, they may consider whether past success or failures were caused by so using inspiratory or applied innovation. Hence, for situational business operation, TMT members may realize the importance of innovation adaptability divergence, leading them to make decision and procedure results that reflect innovation adaptability divergence. Therefore, this study suggests that TMT reversibility has a positive impact on innovation adaptability. Effect of centralized of decision-making and connectedness. Past studies have shown that organizational structure is an important condition for leader behavior effectiveness, as it determines the position and flow of innovation and ability, as well as the interaction pattern between organizational members. For example, Miller states that organizational structure and strategy making process are highly interdependent and must complete each other in many ways to ensure good influence. Therefore, we believe that centralized of decision making and connectedness will affect the degree to which production leadership by the CEO promotes TMT reversibility. In other words, by using those two variables as the first stage of moderation, centralization of decision-making and connectedness moderate the indirect impact of CEO paradoxical leadership on innovation and reversibility. By analyzing this indirect effect of organizational structure, this study responds to the call for more research on boundary conditions related to reversibility. And then it's my method. This is my research design. Sampling. For this study consists of list and over-the-counter companies in Taiwan. The questionnaire will be administered to CEO and TMT of this company. A total of 300 questionnaires are expected to be distributed with an anticipated effectiveness response rate of 75%. And this is our hypothesis. These two. Then is our measures. You can see the scale we use in this study in this PowerPoint. After all the questionnaires are collected, this study will use SPSS 22 to perform descriptive statistical analysis, Pearson correlation analysis, reliability analysis, measure the predictive relationship between variables. And we use M+ for CFI to test the relationship between different variables. Test the CFI, SRMR, RMSE to ensure consistency. Presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Sai and you, would you like to add something more?
Thank you.
Nothing, thank you. Okay. Any questions, anybody? No questions. I thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Moving ahead with the conference.
Yes. I am Adnan.
Adnan, just wait for a while. I would introduce you first. Our next presenter is Adnan Al-Qadir, Graduate School of Social Sciences, Finance and Banking Department, Ankara, Yildirim Beyazıt University from Ankara, Turkey. His topic is the effects of fintech on banking services in Turkey. You can see the abstract on your screens. Adnan will be presenting live today.
Yes. Can I
Adnan,
share?
you may start. Yeah, sure.
Yes. Okay. Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Thank you for coming. This is Adnan Al-Qadri, University. My presentation topic is the effects of fintech on banking services in Turkey or in Turkey. Yes. So let's start with introduction. Financial technology or fintech has developed in which new electronic services have increasingly been joined to the different banks. Fintech also is changing the traditional banking services. The advantages of technology stand out in increasing productivity and providing remote services, speeding up operations, providing data storage, saving time, and reducing costs. So this is these are the advantages of fintech. So for banks or for startup like finance. The problem of this study, fintech innovation is a significant element of economic growth, where foreign direct investment can be attracted, especially to emerging economies, such as Turkey. It's important for every country to build an effective and well-operated environment in order to grow and entice investments, especially the foreign direct investments. This problem and its effects the banking sector are discussed and examined in Turkey in this research objectives. First objective is to get an understanding of what the traditional banking services firms are working to take over or support the new participant, and know what these emerging participants are doing to challenge normal models by traditional providers. And second objectives is to examine the challenges fintech that banks may face and problem obstructing their growth and the research significance. This study is designed to examine the development of current financial services in Turkey. So it presents recent material to new participants join to the financial sector and to ordinary providers within this industry. The findings of this study provide a powerful overview from inside the industry based on the contribution of experts in fintech's replacement. Second, literature review. A study in 2019 analyzed the dynamics of creating a wealthy ecosystem. And the key elements of a fintech ecosystem consist of one, new tools and technologies that enable innovations. For example, portable innovations, AI, artificial intelligence, and chatbot, and robot advisors, and blockchain, so on. And second, telecommunication or technology companies and internet platforms that create infrastructure for distribution. For example, fintechs and tech finds. The difference between fintechs and tech finds is fintechs is a company, a financial company that provides a financial service. But tech finds is a technical company that provides a financial service. Fintechs, for example, like PayPal company, and tech finds, for example, like Google, when it presents financial services among these services. So, number three, startups that create innovative business model. Number four, government and regulators that structure that decides the game rules. And number five, financial infrastructure providers. They are the organizations that are set up by the public authority for the financial framework. For example, policymaker and controller. And number six, financial institution. For example, capital market and banks and insurance agencies and brokers. And number seven, clients and users who benefit from innovations. Clients are seen on the corporate or the public authority skills. And finally, investors and incubation centers that enable the, both financial aid and space for innovators. For traditional business to stay together with fintech, I mean with traditional business here, the traditional bank or traditional banks. They require to be flexible and quickly adapting recent technology. The variables in this study are fintech as an independent variable, while banking services are dependent variable. There are elements in any innovation, and without association among the elements, this environment loses its efficiency. So we need to study the association. In this picture, we see the financial services and evaluation of fintech between old financial services and the new as fintech. For example, we see you can see bank and financial firms providing financial services. But new, we can see internet and telecom firms providing also financial services. And another example for loans from a bank, but now we can see peer-to-peer lending and crowdfunding. Another example, we can see bank and card payment, and now we can see blockchain technology and non-card payment. And last example, we can see normal currency, but new fintech, we can see crypto. This is the comparison, the old and new of. Another figure, we can see the sectoral innovation. There are 4 sections. Number 1, the innovation in credit and deposit services, and number 2 in payment and clearing services, and number 3 in investment services, and 4th, we can see insurance. For example, in credit and deposit, we can see crowdfunding and mobile banking and lending marketplace. In payment and credit, we can see mobile wallets and peer-to-peer transfer. In investment, we can see e-trading and robo-advice. In insurance, we can see big data and improved risk pricing. So this figure summarizes the innovation in fintech. The way to interrupt this table is to think of the 4th columns as 4 distinct types of financial services that are being affected and will be even more affected in the future by fintech. About research methodology for this study, first research design. The research has adopted a quantitative method to collect data from Turkish banks, information and statistics for analysis. And population, the study was conducted in Turkey, and the target population consisted of Turkish banks of all types, like public and private sectors. The number of banks, the number of all banks in Turkey is about 52 banks. And sampling design for this study is participants were selected using the simple random sampling and collect data. Perceptions of respondents were collected from a sample of firms of the population. I conduct also the validity of study instrument in which result can be interpreted and generalized to all population. I use the standardized alpha, and the value of the alpha value of is 0.7, and it's considered adequate. Data analysis, it's I select to this descriptive and inferential statistics were used to analyze data, and multiple linear regression analysis was used to find the relationship between variables. Using multiple linear regression. And finally, discussion for both complete resource and all-out stores. HHI takes a worth marginally higher than 0.1, demonstrating a focused market in Turkey. Be that as it may, for complete credits, the record takes worth under 0.1 for the entire years, somewhere in the range of 2005 and up to now, showing a concentrated market for banking services. Also, the outcomes find out that the Turkish market structure is described by monopolistic competition somewhere in the range of 2005 and up to now. And also for the entire time frame, the H insights takes an estimation of 0.3 and the connected p-values uncover that the valid theories of H measurement equivalent to 0 and equivalent to 1 are both dismissed. Looking at the subperiods, we can see that in the first subperiod, which cover from the years were in the range of 2005 and 2012, Turkish financial area has a monopolistic serious market structure. And in any case, the H insights shows decrease in the second period, covering the years somewhere in the range of 2013 and up to now, demonstrating a weak in the degree of competition. And this is references. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Adnan. Thank you so much for the presentation. Would you like to add something more?
I would like to thank you all, everyone.
Okay. Any questions, anybody? Thank you so much. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Chang An Tsai, Department of Business Administration, National Changhua University of Education, Changhua from Taiwan. His topic is the effects of different review attributes and product appeals on purchased intentions and product attitudes. You can see the abstract on your screens. Chang'an Tsai would be presenting live.
I will share my laptop screen.
Yeah, sure.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, now I'm going to present the hello everyone, my name is Chen Tsai, and the other author of this paper is Su Hui Guo. And today I'm going to present the paper's title is The Effect of Different Review Attributes and product appeals on purchase intentions and product attitudes. And then next is my outline. It's divided into these 5 parts, and we will start at the introduction part. Introduction. And the previous research have, according to the previous research, product appeals can be broadly classified into 2 categories, according to the type of appeals, namely, and utilitarian appeals and the hedonic appeals. And from the past literature, utilitarian appeals are defined as purchase appeals that primarily provide functional and instrumental value to the product itself. And the result indicates that the selection of the utilitarian appeal is more related to the prevention focus of the regulatory focus theory. And in contrast, consumers choose hedonic appeals mainly because they satisfy their emotional needs. This result indicates that the selection of the hedonic appeal is more related to the promotion focus of the regulatory focus theory. And past literature has shown that consumers decide to buy a product by utilitarian appeals because it can solve their daily needs. And the other research shows that consumers decide to buy a product by hedonic appeals because it can satisfy their needs in entertainment. And this shows that the first motivation of this study is to investigate the influence of different product appeals on consumer behavior. And the next part, we will see that in addition to the appeals of the products, now this page shows that in addition to the appeals of the products, more and more companies are using online platform, third-party websites, reviews, and other consumers' purchase intentions and product attitudes. And in this situation, utilitarian appeals product reviews are usually related to product features and are more rational. Many goal-related consumer may use relevant UGC reviews to gather information about the price, features, and other information about the product itself. And on the contrary, the hedonic reviews are usually related to product experience and are more emotional, many result oriented, and consumer may collect information by about the usage experience, product preferences, and other information related to the use of the product. After purchase through UGC review, in summary, the second motivation of this investigation is to investigate how different product appeals affect consumers' behavior under different reviews attributes. And then this page is the research flowchart. And next, I will introduce the literature review. According to the product appeals is a way for companies to categorize the products they sell by what consumers want from, so that consumer can distinguish between. Speaking, product appeals can be divided into 2 types, utilitarian appeals and hedonic appeals, according to their appeals for purchasing products. And according to the definition, online review can be divided into two types of content, one of which is rational review that describes the product's price and product features and is more objective, while the other is the emotional review that describes the product appearance and consumer experience and is more subjective. And in another research, researchers investigate whether online purchase intention are influenced by rational and emotional reviews. The results show that consumers who choose a product through utilitarian appeals are more likely to look for the rational product reviews about the product's feature that help them to achieve their shopping goals. And on the other hand, consumers who choose a product through hedonic appeals are more likely to look for emotional product reviews about other consumers' experience after using the product. And then let's move to the next part is the research methods. And the research method used in this study is design of experiments. The main purpose of this research is to confirm the influence of different product appeals on consumers' purchase intention and product attitude, and to use review attributes as the moderating variables to further explore its influence on different product appeals and purchase intention and product attitude. And the previous research shows that when online reviews first emerged, they were sought to help consumers with practical needs, such as helping them compare prices between products and other more rational information. And with the development of online shopping, consumers are increasingly looking for more emotional information on the internet, such as other consumers' experience of using the products. And then let's move to the research hypothesis. And according to the previous research, show that review of utilitarian appeals are more likely to describe the rational reason for purchasing or describe the features of the product that are more relevant to the product itself. Under the influence of rational reviews, it's also easier for potential consumers to understand the information about the product. And that in the manipulation situation of this is that the rational review, the utilitarian appeals will have better purchase intention and product attitude than the hedonic appeals. And this is the first hypothesis of this research. And the second, on the other hand, 就是reviews of the hedonic appeals are more likely to describe the emotional reason for describing one's source or on the product, and lack the information about the product's design and the experience of using the product. Potential consumers who are influenced by emotional reviews are more likely to select a product that they want through hedonic appeals. And in the manipulation situation of the emotional review, the hedonic appeals will have better purchase intention and product attitude than the utilitarian appeals. And next, I'm going to introduce the research design of the experiments. And this experiment was designed as a between subject experiment with two product appeals and two review attributes, and with students as the research subjects, and have 160 participants were invited to participate in this experiment, which will have four manipulation situations, and the subject will randomly assigned to one of the four situations. And after being administration to one of the four manipulation situations, a stimulate product review matching the manipulation situation was provided for the participant to read. And after the participants read the stimulate product review, they were provided with a questionnaire related to the research and asked to fill out the questionnaire. And in this research, we use the desktop simulation product reviews to build out four research manipulation situations. And the dependent variables in the study are purchase intention and product attitudes. For measurement of dependent variables, the following scholars measurement questions were used in this study. And this is our this research used the statistics methods, and the first one is descriptive statistics, and the Likert 7-point rating scale was used in this research. And the result show that the larger the standard deviation between the result of each question, the greater the sense of difference between the questions. And the multivariate analysis of variance. The second one is this. It's also called MANOVA, and this analysis allows the relationship between multiple variables to be identified at the same time. And the next part is the experiment results. And first part is the sample analysis. The total number of samples collected in this study was 160, and the 106% were female, and 54% were male. And in terms of age, the mean age was 21.18 years of age. And the next part is the manipulation test. The result of the manipulation test used in this study to determine whether it is valid on the review attributes based on the independent sample t-test. And the results are presented in Table 2 and Table 3. And this is the result of the manipulation test. And the next part is about transitional analysis between product appeals and review attributes on purchase intentions. And this study examines the interaction between a product appeals and review attributes on purchase intention by using various analyses. And the result show that there was a significant interaction between product appeals and review attributes on purchase intentions. However, the main effect of product appeals and review attributes did not reach significant levels, and the results are presented in Tables 4 and Table 5. And then the simple main effect analysis show that when the review attributes were presented as rational reviews, the purchase intentions was higher for utilitarian product appeals compared to hedonic product appeals. And when the review attributes were presented as emotional reviews, the purchase intentions was higher for hedonic product appeals compared to utilitarian product appeals. And the next part is the transaction analyze between product appeals and review attributes on product attitudes. And this study examines the interaction between product appeals and review attributes on product attitudes by using variance analysis. And the results show that there was a significant interaction between product appeals and review attributes on product attitudes. However, the main effect of the product appeals and review attributes did not reach significant level. The results are presented in Table 6 and Table 7. And the simple main effect analysis shows that when the review attributes were presented as rational reviews, the product attitudes was higher for utilitarian product appeals compared to hedonic product appeals. When the review attributes were presented as emotional reviews, the product attitude was higher for hedonic product appeals compared to utilitarian product appeals. And then it's the next part is the recommendation for the future research. The result of this experiment revealed that the influence of the product appeals on purchase intention and product attitudes was affected by review attributes. When the review attributes were presented as rational reviews, consumers who select the products they wanted to buy through utilitarian appeals had higher purchase intentions and better product attitudes. And when the review attribute were presented as the emotional reviews, consumers who select the products they wanted to buy through the hedonic appeals had higher purchase intention and better product attitudes. And the finding of this study are further development of previous research on review attributes, which has mostly focused on the reason why consumers look for online reviews and neglect whether consumers' product appeals are influenced by reviews. Therefore, this study extends the existing theoretical framework and confirms that consumers will further consider the attributes of online reviews as a reference for their subsequent purchase intention and product attitudes when choosing the product they want to purchase in a response to different product attributes. And next part, practical suggestions. And this experiment provides important insights into the information provided by enterprise and products. If enterprise are mainly oriented to consumers with utilitarian appeals, they should provide consumers with regional information related to the functions of products for their reference when choosing the product. In addition, if the company is targeting a consumer with hedonic appeals, it should provide consumers with more experience using the product as a reference for them when using the product, and which can also effectively improve consumers' willing to buy the product and their attitude toward the product. And this research also has some limitations that need to improve. In this study, only students were selected as the participants due to the limitation of the target audience, and the general consumer group was not used as the target audience. Therefore, it's order to improve the opinion of different groups on product appeals and relate online product reviews. And this research suggests that future research could be conducted by dividing different groups of consumers and asking them to fill in relevant questions to obtain more extensive feedback on the questionnaire. And the other limitation in this research is that the product used in the simulate product reviews are all the same product. Essentially about whether different products are influenced by product appeals and online reviews, consumers' purchase intention, and product attitudes. Therefore, in future studies, it is proposed that different products can be included in the manipulation situations. This will also provide a better understanding of how subject respond to different product appeals and online reviews. And this is my references. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you so much, Cheng and Sai. Would you like to add something more?
I think this is a very great experience to present at this international conference for me, and I think it's very well now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Zhu Sen Wong, Department of Business Administration, National Changhua University of Education, Changhua, Taiwan. Her topic is the effect of message framing and hue on caloric evaluation of health foods. You can see the abstract on your screens. Zhu Sen Wong would be presenting live. Zhu, you may start.
Okay. Wait a minute.
要开起来。
要开在哪？我开了。Wait a minute, sorry.
It's okay, no problem.
这里。我把 PPT 移过来。I can share my.
Okay. On your Zoom screen, there will be a green share
Wait a minute.
screen. Yeah.
I
Share
use
screen
my
arrow.
friend. Yes, I share to my friend and I use
And she
her
can share on your
computer.
behalf.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure, no
Sorry.
problem. It's okay, no problem. Take your time. Uh, Zoo, if you want, you can share it with me. I can share the screen from my end.
Okay.
And you can explain.
I share to my friend now and wait a minute. Okay. Sorry.
It's okay, no problem. It's all right.
Okay. Hello everyone, and my name is Zhixin Wan, and this is my paper topic, the field of mass. Can you sing? The after of the message fragment and hue on calorie of evaluation of healthy food. And first part is the introduction. People found healthy food exciting in Taiwan and Eurasia. Consumer healthy reasons when choosing food, they will refer to browsing information. Messaging format is often used in food identifications to infer protesters' intention. There are two types of products information on the market. One side message and two-side message information. Consumer may spend a lot of time to avoid a product with information before making a product decision. Before purchasing the products, consumers usually know about products information, preferences, and function And finally, precise behavior. In food package, it is often impressive of the color. Package color is the first message that can be convenient to consumers. Color protects can affect humans' color cognitions, emotions, and behavior. The purpose of the research decides the impact of one-side message and two-side message information on calorie evaluation. Besides express the messages permanent on and found by evaluation until different cues. Lectures review. Message that only describes the representations of effect or classively as one side message will message that contains negative information in additions to affect or reflect a two-side message. Two-side message may have consumers from representing in lens. Two-side message is online marketing technology. You usually can refer to the name of the color, which defines the difference between colors. For example, like blue, red, or yellow. Color can attract consumers quickly and can also suppress consumers' perceptions of it. Red is often associated with tension and earth. Blue is often associated with opening, peace, and tranquility. This is my research framework. The message from including one-side message or two-side message, and the cue is in warm color or cold color, that in calorie abbreviation. And this is my hypothesis. There is a constant influence between one-side message and two-side message, and due to healthy and calorie evaluation. And two-side message have lower calorie than one-side message in cold colors environments. In the contents of warm color, there is no significant difference in the evaluation of calorie or from one-side message or two-side message. And this is my express decisions. A total of 166% evaluation in the improvement confined with respect to one of 4 designs using research sampling. And this is my product's picture, including warm color and one-side message or warm color two-side message, and cold color one-side message and cold color two-side message. And the data advancement map, discrete segmentation avoidance, and two-way ANOVA. And you can see the hue and message format here. P is smaller than 0.05, so it's circulating. And this is one-side message and two-side message from the warm color and cold color. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Zoo, would you like to add something more?
No, thank you for, and sorry for that part.
No problem. It was a good presentation, despite all the hitches. Okay. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter is Luan Zhu Ye, Department of Business Administration, National Changhua University of Education, Changhua, Taiwan. Her topic is the effect of price presentation framework on purchase intention. You can see the abstract on your screens.
Yes.
Yes. Luan, you may start.
So can I see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I just start.
Yes, you may start now.
Hello everyone, my name is Shanju Ye. Today I want to introduce my research paper. The topic is the effect of price presentation framework on purchase intention. This is my content. So first, I want to talk about my introduction. Imagine you are going to buy the chicken cutlets today and you see the price tag on the store. A chicken cutlet is 70 NT dollars and you can add 50 NT dollars to upgrade a combo meal with French fries and Coke. This is called differential price framing, or DPF for short. And if the store's price is marked as 70 NT dollars for chicken cutlet, 120 NT dollars for a chicken cutlet combo meal, that is called inclusive price framing, or IPF for short. The IPF is one of the most common and international price presentation framework. So this is my research purposes. That is the effect of different price presentation frameworks on purchase intention, and the effect of different price presentation frameworks on purchase intention in different time pressure. So let's introduce my research. This is the conceptual framework. My hypothesis one is about that customers may be unable to deduce the difference between the best item price and the total price. Example, the item is cost $800. That is including delivery fee for $100. Compared with IPF, DPF makes it easy for customer to option information on price difference, which will make consumers think that high quality price are cheaper and want to buy them more. So my hypothesis one is price presentation frameworks have a significant impact on purchase intention. Different price framing will induce higher purchase intention than inclusive price framing. My hypothesis two is about that fast decision makers will choose high quality products based on the price difference information provided by DPF. And the slow decision makers will compare the cost difference between standard options and premium options before making the choice. A shorter time limit will increase customers' time pressure and sense of urgency, thereby increasing purchase intention. So my hypothesis too is price presentation frameworks have a significant interaction on time pressure and purchase intention. And in a strong time pressure, differential price framing would induce high purchase intention than inclusive price framing. And then in the weak time pressure, there was no difference between differential price framing and inclusive price framing. So last part is my experiment. This is my experiment framework. And this is my experiment situation. This page of 2 pictures are all of the DPF situation. And the strong temperature situation is special offer lasts for 1 hour, and the weak temperature is about 1 day. And this picture, and this 2 picture is about IPF situation. And the same, the strong temperature situation is about 1 year, and the weak situation is 1 day. This is my questionnaire. There have 4 topics in my questionnaire. 1, the chances are high that I'll buy the XL cup of strawberry smoothie from this store. 2 is odds are good that I would consider buying the XL cup for strawberry smoothie. 3, when I want to buy the smoothie, the chances are that I will choose the strawberry smoothie in the XL cup. If I have a chance, I would like to buy the XL cup strawberry smoothie again. I use the Likert 7-point rating scale to measure purchase intention. So let's see my sample analysis. A total of 140 questionnaires were recovered in this experiment, and 135 were valid questionnaires. Among them, 104 are male, accounting for 77%, and 100 were female, accounting for 23%. The verdict age is 20.31 years old. And this is my descriptive statistic. This is my univerted analysis. This is my interaction plot. And this table is about interaction of price presentation from frameworks and purchase intention in a strong temperature. This table is about the interaction of price presentation framework and purchase intention in a weak time pressure. Last is the general discussion. First, is my experiments result from H1 and from hypothesis 1 to hypothesis 2 and hypothesis 2A and B are all of my hypotheses will be validated. So next part is particle implications. The study suggests that when companies use high intensity time pressure marketing strategies, they can use DPF to make products priced to increase customers' purchase intention. And that is about future research. The study mainly focused on students and the main research group. So this study suggests that future research can select the target group of products and distinguish them so as to achieve more realistic sales results. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you for the presentation. Zuan Zuye, would you like to add something more?
I was a pleasure being here today. I'm so happy. And
We
thank
are
you,
happy to host
everybody.
you.
And thank you.
Thank you. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter for the day is Kai Xiang Wong, Department of Business Administration, National Changhua University of Education, Changhua City, Taiwan. Her topic is the influence of star ratings for presentation on information diagnosis in online reviews. You can see the abstract on your screens.
Okay.
Kai, you may start.
Everyone see us?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Chai Sheng Wang. My thesis title is The Influence of Star Rating Presentation on Information Diagnosis in Online Review. My thesis advisor is Su Hui Gu. This is my table of contents. I have a five parts. The part one is introduction. So the research background and motivation. An average star rating of 4 to 4.5 stars, the highest purchase rate, rather than the star rating average 4.5 to 5 stars. High star rating is so important because markets use online review to reach their consumers. So my motivation one is explore the impacts of different online review star distribution on consumer behavior. And two, both either positive and negative online review can affect online review reader purchase decisions. And moderately positive reviews are more persuasive than very positive reviews. So my motivation tool is for how the star rating of the review affects consumer behavior under different review balances. So I have two research purposes. One is explore the impacts of review star rating on consumer behavior. Two is explore the impacts between review star rating and consumer behavior under different review balances. And part two, star rating of online review. Components of online review, star rating and tech contents of review. Star rating provides direct and clear information to understand the consumer overall star rating. And 1 star or 5 star, people will think it's negative or positive. But 2 to 4 star review are considered negative or positive reviews are viewed as having mixed opinions. And star rating can affect perceived credibility of online review. For product with higher star rating, consumers say positive reviews are more credible than negative review. But when product with low star rating, people will say the negative reviews are more credible than positive reviews. The next one is review analysis. Review analysis is a feedback given in a review, classified as positive, neutral, and or negative. And review analysis can be known during the latest. For example, 5 star, we will say this is the product is recommended and positive. But when give a 1 star, we will say not recommended and negative. And review analysis reflects the quality of the product. So analysis can help reduce the information asymmetry existing in the marketing and provides an evaluation of other consumers. We can increase the relevant information about the product. The next one is information diagnosis. Information diagnosis is a consumer perception of the ability of a website to convey the relevant product information that can assist them in understanding and evaluating the quality and performance of products sold online. So relevance in the information and the truthfulness of the reviews affects the consumer perceived diagnosis. And part 3. This is my research diagram. Independent variable is star rating presentation, 5 star and 4 star. Dependent variable is information diagnosis, and moderating variable is review analysis, positive, neutral, and negative. So hypothesis from 1, the higher the review rating, the higher the proportion of subjective and positive words. And 4 star rating review contains both the positive and negative features of the product. And moderating review star rating that provide a double-sided information. And 3 is perceived quality and potential purchase risk can be known through the variance. So my hypothesis point is this is a significant interaction between the star rating presentation and review variances on information diagnosis. And hypothesis 2A is under the review variances of positive review. The star rating presentation with 5 star will produce a higher information diagnosis than the 4 star. And hypothesis 2B is under neutral reviews, the 4 star produce a higher information diagnosis than 5 star. And hypothesis 2C is under the negative reviews. This is no significant difference in 5 star or 4 star. So Experience 1, experimental design and subject. The study divided into 2 times 3, taking students as research samples and randomly assigning them to one of the 6 situations. And 2, in this experience, using a functional hardware as the experimental product and simulated the website where consumer shops. And 3, the responses to the questionnaire will score using a Likert 7-point scale from 1 point storing disagree to 7 points storing agree. So this is my manage to curate the situation. You can see the green circle, 1 star and 3 star. And in this picture and right picture, they both are the same. But in that picture, you can see the 5 star is more than 4 star. And right picture, you can see the 4 star is more than 5 star. And the review is all positive. In nature, you can see the consumer will give a good and bad feedback. And negative consumer attitude is bad. And this is my measure items. I have 2 consumer ratings. Well, asking can consumer ratings improve the consumer to products or feature quantity? And the information diagnosis have a 3 question. Can the review help the consumer to make a purchase decisions? And data analysis method, I use a descriptive statistic and ANOVA and higher classes model to analyze my data. So part 4, descriptive statistics. Gender is female more than men, and the age youngest, the 17 years old, and oldest, 43 years old. Average age is 21 years old. And the right picture, you can see the positive balance means is 5 star more high. And nature, you can see the 4 star is more higher than 5 star. And negative, they have no significant difference. And main effects analysis. The interaction between the star presentation and review basis on information diagnosis had a significant effect. And the review balances and star rating presentation, the main effects were not significant. So my hypothesis testing H1 to H2C was both. Part 5. So circle contribution, a new research direction. Because in Taiwan, the difference between the 5 star and 4 star was discussed. So it provides a reference for the research in this field. And practical advice, and star rating and relevance and reviewances can help consumers to understanding the product reality, information, and average product quality. Positive 5 star review can make consumer trust reviews as a basis for the evaluation. But natural reviews with 4 star can increase the consumer's information judge. Appropriate negative reviews can increase the reality of review, making the consumer believe the review is the truth. And research documentation and recommendation. Because in my research, my sample is focused on the female, and the age was in the student, so and the region is in the center. So I think but in the future, collect the research samples can make the research more confident. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Kaizia. Would you like to add something more?
I think everyone is work hard in the presentation, and everyone's presentation was inspire me, because in Taiwan I don't have the chance to with other country to interact the presentation. So to me, this is a good experience. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you for joining with us. Moving ahead with the conference. Our last presenter for the day is Maria Arsen, Faculty of Economics and Business, UCAM, Universidad Católica San Antonio de Murcia, from Murcia, Spain. Her topic is the impact of ESG activities on firm performance, a quantitative investigation of stocks Europe 600 companies. You can see the abstract on your screens. Maria would be presenting live. Maria, you may start.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Oh, I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. So hi everyone from my side. My name is Maria Arsin, and I'm a PhD student at Universidad Católica San Antonio de Murcia in Spain. And thank you for the opportunity to deliver this presentation. Today, I'm here to present my research on a quantitative investigation into the impact of ESG activities on firm performance, a Eurostoxx 600 perspective. ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance, and it refers to a set of criteria that investors use to evaluate companies' sustainability and its ethical practices. ESG scores are becoming increasingly important for investors, and they seek to align their investments with their values and contribute to a more sustainable future. So in this presentation, I will discuss the following topics. First, I will introduce the topic and the motivation behind ESG in general. Secondly, and based on the current research, I will describe the hypothesis development and draw out the argumentation regarding the research question. In the third step, I will describe the variables used, followed by research methodology and the presentation of the main results. In the last step, I will describe the limitations and conclude the presentation. So ESG factors have become increasingly important for companies, investors, and other stakeholders as concerns about climate change, social inequality, and corporate governance have gained prominence in recent years. Stakeholders are interested to invest in sustainable finance instruments such as green bonds, and also consumers demand more and more sustainable products. Also on the regulation side, there are many dynamics happening. Especially Europe has been on the forefront for promoting sustainable finance and has introduced several initiatives to encourage companies to improve their ESG performance. For instance, the EU taxonomy provides a framework for identifying environmentally sustainable economic activities, and other directives for asset managers and financial advisors to disclose how they integrate ESG factors into their investment decisions. These initiatives are expected to increase the demand for companies with high ESG scores and encourage companies to improve their ESG performance. So what does it mean for market participants? ESG activities include initiatives to use resources in a sustainable manner, to reduce carbon emissions, promote diversity and inclusion in the workforce, and enhance board independence among management board, among other factors. There is evidence that the integration of ESG into a firm's investment decision will assist investors in making decisions based on overall performance. Further, ESG is defined as a firm's obligation to improve social welfare. Studies have shown that ESG integration into firms' valuation model improve its non-financial indicators such as consumer satisfaction, market acceptance, lower cost of debt, and social values to bring it to its stakeholders. Also, several studies claim that after integrating ESG factors into valuation and firm investment decisions, there is a significant increase in its equity premium and value. So to summarize, sustainability is rapidly gaining importance in society, and the economy will permanently change the market agents' demands and expectations. Now let's talk about the relationship between ESG scores and financial performance. A growing body of research has found that companies with high ESG scores tend to have better financial performance than companies with low ESG scores. For instance, companies with high ESG scores may have lower cost of capital, higher return on equity, and higher stock prices. Moreover, companies with high ESG scores may be more resilient to environmental and social risks, such as climate change, labor disputes, or product recalls. Several factors have been in focus of the studies, some of which are presented on these slides. The factors taking into account are the effect of ESG on performance, on Tobin skew, and on cost of capital. Mainly, there are positive relationships observed. First, companies that prioritize ESG activities may be better positioned to manage risks related to climate change. For example, a company that invests in renewable energy may be less exposed to risks associated with fossil fuels, such as price volatility. And other reasons why ESG activity may be linked to a better financial performance is that companies that prioritize ESG activities may be more attractive to investors who are increasingly focused on sustainability and social responsibility. So this can lead to a higher demand for their stocks. For example, a study done by Noroha et al. Looking at Chinese companies found that companies with high ESG ratings had higher performance than companies with lower ESG ratings. Another study done by Belte found that companies listed in the German stock market that focused on ESG outperformed their peers. However, it is important to know that the relationship between ESG activities and financial performance is complex and may not always be positive. For example, a company that invests heavily in ESG activities may experience short-term costs that can reduce its profitability. Additionally, there may be differences in the impact of ESG activities across industries and regions. Based on that background, the main research question is whether ESG activities and financial performance are positively associated. So to operationalize ESG as the independent variable, I use the methodology of reputed, and ESG scores are a proxy for ESG activities. I use Refinitiv since they provide a range of data close to not more than 9,000 companies globally, and their time series goes back to 2002. For my research, the dependent variables to proxy firm performance, I use two measures. Mainly the accounting-based measure, return on assets, which is calculated by net income divided by total assets, and the market-based measure, Tobin skew, which is measured by market value divided by book value of equity and liabilities. So the study evaluates whether ESG activities have a positive impact on firm performance, and firm performance is separated in the two measures, return on assets and Tobin skew. And also I conducted several tests according to the literature to validate my results. All the regression models are conducted with a statistical software in R. Here we can see the selected data, which is comprised of companies listed in Eurostock 600, divided into the industries. The data ranges of 8 years from 2014 to 2021. Worth to mention is that the industries, banks, financial services, and insurance are omitted from my studies because they are highly regulated, and also missing data was omitted from the study. And so in overall, I have around 3,000 firm-year observation for each hypothesis testing. So the main results support the hypothesis. The total ESG activities and divided in the three components: the environmental score, the social score, and the governance score, are all positively and significantly related to return on asset as accounting-based variable, and also with respect to the market-based measure Tobin skew, they are also significantly positively related. So, in conclusion, ESG scores are becoming increasingly important for investors. So, as they seek to align their investments with their values and contribute to a more sustainable future. Companies with high ESG scores may be more attractive to investors, and moreover, companies with high ESG scores tend to have better financial performance than companies with low ESG scores. While ESG scores have been found to be positively associated with financial performance in many studies, there are several limitations to consider when using ESG scores to predict financial performance. Firstly, ESG scores are often calculated using different methodologies and data sources, which can lead to inconsistent scores across different providers. This can make it difficult to compare ESG scores across companies or industries and may result in different conclusions about the relationship between ESG and financial performance. And secondly, the relationship between ESG factors and financial performance may be complex and indirect, since, for instance, a company that invests heavily in reducing its carbon emissions may experience short-term costs, but may also benefit from reduced regulatory risks or improved reputation or increased customer loyalty in the long term. These indirect effects may also be difficult to capture in ESG scores and may not be fully reflected in the financial performance measures. But overall, while ESG scores can be a useful tool for investors to evaluate company sustainability and ethical practices, it is important to recognize their limitations and use them in conjunction with other financial and non-financial information when making investment decisions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Maria. Would you like to add something more?
Yeah, thank you so much. It has been a pleasure being able to participate, and thank you for the great experience.
You're most welcome. Thank you for joining with us. Moving ahead with the conference now. With this, we are concluding this conference. Thank you. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smoothly running conference with very interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking. I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and patient listeners, to the coordinators and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Thank you all. Some of our upcoming conferences would be in June, we have Prague. Then later in June, we have Singapore. In July, we have Bangkok. Please refer to your friends and colleagues, and you all are welcome to join us in our conferences again. Thank you for joining with us. I would request all of you, if you have any feedback for us, we would be happy to gain it. Any feedback, anybody?
No, but thank you for the organization. First, this morning, I was really nervous as well, and all the keynote speakers and the group activity really helped me to settle in and to feel welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much that you gave a chance to participate in this conference. And it was very great experience for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Anur. Thank you so much.
So I would like to thank you because this was the first time when I was presenting my theme on the international conference, and it was very challenging and interesting.
Thank you, Zanarke, and we hope we provided you with a great platform for your first presentation.
Thank you. Yes, that was very memorable.
Thank you. Okay, with this, we will be completing this conference. Thank you all for joining. Have a great day ahead. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.